Welcome back, intrepid adventurers, to another exciting night of the Crimson Moon Chronicles. I wanted to thank each and every single one of you for joining us tonight. We have a spectacular, terrifying, mysterious session for you. I wanted to go ahead and do a couple of shout outs. One shout out, real quick, to Fat Zebra Designs for supplying us with the maps that we currently use. They are multifaceted, two-sided maps that you can use at your own game table. They are dry erase compatible and have multi-varied uses. Fantastic maps. I love them. You're going to see one of them being used here today. So we wanted to thank them again. And I've been doing this for weeks now, but I'm going to continue to do it anyway. I wanted to thank my fantastic players for being just quick on the draw with their character development, really giving it their all, and just shining moments each and every single session. Now, last we saw our heroes, they were in the jaws of certain doom, with the Jabberwocky coming into the stronghold with some of the last remaining forces here in Prismere. And just as all's hope seemed lost, Tasha and our friends had a conversation trying to figure out what they needed to do. Leon keeping up a bubble of protection while Tasha started to slow time to be able to allow for them to have some moments to discuss exactly what had happened, because they had just brought Nathion's body back. They decided to come up with a plan to disguise themselves as some of the um, minions that they were seeing right now, which were Draconians, which is odd. Draconians in the Feywild. What is going on? As they saw that these Draconians, which are supposed to be extinct and never seen in the Feywild, why they were here, who are they working for? They're obviously with the Jabberwocky. They must be connected to the Coven somehow. So our friends decided to disguise themselves as some of these enemies, and a good friend of our heroes, the one who forged the apples of discord, decided to disguise himself as arguably the most powerful individual in all of the Feywild. If you missed that episode, please click the links. Don't miss anything that we are doing each week. As they went to the castle, they sat down, they had a meal, trying to blend in with everything that was going on. They were seated to have this fantastic meal for the victory that they had, capturing Lord Oberon and bringing him back to the castle. They saw very powerful figureheads from the material plane. Dame Darlucia, Kai's mother. They saw King Topor of the Lowlands. They also saw King Midas of the Court of Stars, and Gerard Vadsavo, the Golgari clan leader in Ravnica. Speaking of the different things that are going on in the material plane, again, if you missed anything, check out those videos. They reveal a lot of things that are going on within the world. Our friends then decided to try and sneak past after a good meal. Oh, and King Bungo, who was also there, the literal lord of the Underdark right now. For some reason, he is. If
Wibbly
you missed
wobbly,
that
timey-wimey.
episode where literally everything changed, check it out. It's on the playlist. Our friends were going through the castle. They came upon a doorway. They saw that it was actually, as they entered it, Indolin's room, one of the members of the Hourglass Coven. And as they started going into her room, everything changed, and they were on stage. Yes, fellow watchers, they were in a play. And they gave a grand performance on that stage. It was filled with confusion, hilarity, drama, and yes, some romance.
He's just a bit saucy.
As they were finishing the play, Endlin brought them up to congratulate them, and they noticed that things were not right. There was an individual that tried to disguise themselves or give themselves away as Moxie's father. No, no, no. This was not the truth. The wool was being pulled over their eyes, but because they did so well in the play, the facade faded, and Indolin was lying in the bed in her chambers. Everything had been an illusion the entire time, as they heard these troubled voices coming from a cabinet that was so prominently beside her own bed. They saw marionette puppets that were in this. Amongst them, their old companion, Draxus. He did not die in the battle at Scapitha's home that day. No, that was another puppet, another doll that was created, being fed the memories and the emotions of the actual Draxus, who is still trapped within this marionette body. After figuring out a couple of new key clues to proceed through the Palace of Heart's Desire, they kindly obliged in ending Draxus's life, finally. He wanted it to be over. Now, exiting Endolin's room and finding out that the weaknesses of each coven member are unique and varied, especially Endolin, they now have exited, and they found they can trust a maid, somebody that is untouched, as it were, from the specific coven magics that are going on. And she led them somewhere that they wanted to go, the aviarium, where now they are face to face with a huge owl with a scar down its face that is within a cage, and Roderick, the fairy dragon. And that is where we will begin tonight's adventure. As Roderick is in the cage, he looks over to you all. Master?
Um,
Wait a
are
second.
we not? Are we not doing the intro thing?
Oh, fuck, yeah, we are.
Now we're here.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody.
The adventure went on a little bit without you.
Oh, goodness. I have to fix some frames now.
Oh boy. That's some
So-
weird noises.
As Roderick is turning around in the bird cage, and you hear the hinges as he swings around, he turns over to you all. Master Leon, is
Roderick.
that you? What are
Leon
you
from
doing
the-
here?
Well, among other things, to save you, silly one.
That is kind, but also stupid.
He did say, among other things,
And what other things?
take
Reviving Zybilna.
down the Hourglass Coven.
Know what any
destroyed
of that means, but it sounds highly dangerous. And I would greatly like for you all to leave me out of it.
How did I know he would say that?
Please. But, again, I would like to be let out of this cage, so. It's a double-edged sword, Master Leon. I leave it to you to decide.
Bring him along.
How have you been, Roderick? He says Leon's trying to go and grab the cage and bring him down.
How have I been? Oh! Fantastic question. Pulled from my world, from my studies in Shimmerberry. I was
Yes,
getting
we
a
both
good
were.
grasp on Sherlock and what he was up to.
Mhm.
Yes. I was about to send word. And now I was whisked away by witches. And I didn't
Mhm.
even know who they were. I
Neither
didn't
did
know
we
who
fair.
they were.
I mean,
I
neither
didn't
did
know that
Leon. Weren't
you
you
all
taken at
were.
the same time?
Yes, but we were doing completely different things at the time. He was downstairs. I was upstairs.
Mhm. If I remember right, you were trying to go and find a nice spot to sunbathe.
I was. I was wanting my scales to be a different color for the summer. But obviously, it didn't happen
Well,
because I've
yes.
now been in shade. And it's horrible. This place is actually rather nice. The architecture is. That is besides the point.
No. You've got a point. This room in particular.
Yes.
You know who the owl
Can you
is?
guys deal with our friend who's showed us to this aviary while I help try and see if I can figure out this lock?
No, I do not. The owl has been the worst company I have ever been held with.
I look at the owl and say,
They
"Hello.
never talk.
Can you understand me?"
The large owl's eyes are very closed. And as you can see, its body.
The owl is asleep.
Probably for the best.
I reach
But
out
with
with my
each exhale, you can feel its breath.
I reach out and touch its mind with my key. Good morning.
And as if you feel your key coming out, you feel another energy grab hold and almost.
You effectively got the key version of the busy signal.
No, you got hit the snooze button.
So, my best guess.
Hello there.
Extremely intelligent. Hello. Are you a prisoner here? Are you a prisoner
What
here?
was that?
Ah,
Am I
yes.
a prisoner? Why, yes, I guess I am.
Perhaps would you like that to change?
Its eye opens as it is just its eyeball alone is about 3 feet tall, about like the height of 3 feet. As it focuses in, you see its pupils dilate onto you, and You all look so familiar to me.
We
What
very
is your
well might be.
name?
I've gone by many names in
Did we
my
see
time.
did we see you in a field with a scarecrow?
You may have seen a part of my mind.
I'm not sure what
I
you're referencing.
do believe that I remember that dream. Oh, yes, I placed that wooden owl
Mm-hmm.
in your all's path to guide you toward me.
Your heart is the stone of e-glass.
It was many
Is
years ago.
was to us kind of runs together.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, in that dream that I had, I told you all about your spirit guides. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're gonna have to fill me in on this one. I wasn't there for that.
Oh, somebody give him the quick recap.
Basically, this was where we got thrown for a loop to redo getting out of jail and everything.
Right,
And
right. Like the 2 episodes I wasn't around.
yeah,
Mhm.
and we were then introduced to our spirit guides outside of that house in the middle of absolute nowhere.
Yep.
Incidentally, on that note, that whole do-over of the jail sequence, very, very, very similar to the flashback that we just had in Indolent's room,
Mm-hmm.
or the glitch out rather.
Yeah.
So that's something worth noting.
You all now begin to realize that this owl is the same spiritual guide almost that led you to your spirit guides, though she is much larger
Hmm.
and much more battle scarred.
Well, it's
And
been a fair amount
you
of
take
time.
relative notice as you all are mulling that over in your head, as you remember her key phrasing that when she met you, it was a dream to her.
That was a projection, wasn't it? Of a sort.
Makes sense.
I guess so. I have been here for a very long time. So, yes, suppose I dreamt a version of myself to help.
Well, we can free you, if that's what you wish.
How did you come to be here?
You may try. I helped train one of the brightest minds that I've ever seen.
Who would that
She
be?
was spectacular.
She.
Queen Zybelna.
I was thinking that. I was about to ask it.
We are here to help her regain her body.
Do you have her other half?
We do.
Mm-hmm. Well, she has her other half, but yes.
Do you have the heart?
She has her whole heart. Yes.
Interesting. Of course, Tasha would take.
No, we did. We asked and was given it and were given it willingly.
Did you give it to her, or do you have it now?
She has it. We gave it to her.
Well, that just worked all in her favor, didn't it? She was always the impetulant side. I never much cared for
Well, she's
her.
starting to act like
She's starting to figure out who she used to be.
Um, though this does beg the question. If we are here to find the cauldron, to use it to revive Zybilna, how are we to do that if we don't possess it?
Correct.
well, we
Guess
do
we're gonna
have
have to
these
summon
lovely
her here.
apples, but that's beside the point.
Oversight.
You need to have Tasha here as well.
Oh,
How
Yeah.
you all do that when the time comes is up to you. But mind you, her sisters have put some lovely protections over this castle now.
Oh, they'll be gone rather quickly.
Yep. Working on it.
Really?
Hmm.
You see her large talons kind of go through the cage as it goes over towards Morgul's feet as she grabs a rather large rock. And she picks it up and brings it into the cage as she flings it into the air as you
Ding!
see it as it goes far up into the air and you see it that there's a giant force field surrounding the entirety of the Palace of Heart's Desire.
Fascinating.
Well, we are going to
can
have to find
technically
a way to
destroy
turn that
that.
off.
I can technically destroy it, but I don't know for how long.
Well,
That's for later.
We'll worry about
It would
that
be
later.
wise
Leon,
to
you will
figure out
have-
whatever power is keeping it there.
Oh, right. We
Correct.
also need to basically, to be a little bit crude, we need to remove the battery of the apparatus.
The battery of what apparatus?
We
I-
need to save Titania. Metaphorically
Interesting.
speaking,
yes.
removing the battery.
One of my best friends, Titania, she never gave me back a dinner plate that I lended her.
Well, you'll have a
What
chance
was
to get
that?
that back.
635 years ago, I gave that to her, and she hasn't ever offered to give it back. Can you believe that?
Might I say, an owl your age, you look fantastic.
Oh, dear. You see her claw kind of push you like,
Oh, stop it.
stop it. It's so sweet.
Hi, you wolf in sheep's clothing. My
What?
goodness.
I've never seen a millennia-old owl that looked this good.
That's very true.
You've seen very many millennia old owl.
Most owls don't live to be that old. To look this good.
I imagine over the course of a millennia, most owls become dust. By comparison, this is amazing.
Please, tell me, how is my stepbrother doing?
Your stepbrother whom?
Oh, the Jabberwocky, I guess.
Oh,
You would
he...
call-
Well,
Oh,
let's
mercy.
see. He's currently collared.
Yeah,
he's at the whim of the Dragonkin army, or whatever we call those things.
draconian.
Draconian. Dragonkin,
Yes.
Draconian. There's like one syllable difference.
The Coven currently have him out on loan.
Well, he's
Talk about your blended
always.
family.
Well, he's a stepbrother of mine.
Like I said,
But,
talk about a blended family.
He's always been rather rambunctious, I should say. And by rambunctious, I mean a bloodthirsty killing machine of kingdoms. But that's him on his bad days.
Well, today must be one of those bad days because he is currently assaulting Tasha and the fortress she is in.
Zybilna. always had a way with my brother. Always was able to calm him down. Like well, like what's on you, Kai. There's an interesting energy. I'm only going to assume it's canid.
Right. The transformation. Rory, yes.
Say hi, Rory, if you can.
Hello. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You are rather lovely, as my master said. You're
I have to
very
step-
lovely.
I have to step back a second and ask, where is the voice coming from?
If I
You know
remember
where
right,
the voice is coming from.
Oh, right. I sat on his face.
well,
I
yeah,
subconsciously and quietly
I
turn
am
around to give him a
still-
better view.
I am still your trousers, master, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Tasha played a bit of a cruel prank.
There is
That she did.
a very, very crude joke I could make. I'm gonna refrain.
That's a triple or quadruple entendre there. Let's not.
I'm not even sure what's going on. But okay.
Rory is very adamant about saying, any time that you would like to make me not trousers, I think that would be fantastic.
Would that I knew how.
We do only have a total of a 2-hour time limit in this
Lovely.
charade.
And
How long
we've
has it
spent,
been over table?
I think 45 minutes now.
Yes.
We're almost
that's
halfway
about right.
there. I mean, her mind wanders to, oh dear lord, is that egg going to be okay? I hope so.
yeah, we still have to go find all our stuff, but that's beside the point. You see Leon cast acid splash on the lock of the cage that's holding Roderick. That should hopefully set you free.
As the acid melts away the lock, almost again akin to a glomp, Roderick tackles, I say tackle with the muster that a fairy dragon can, into the crux of Leon's neck and shoulders as Leon grabs him tightly.
Yeah.
I've missed you too, man.
You two are
Oh,
closer than I expected.
Yeah, listen. I have always cared for the boy, ever since he was small. He may look a fool now with that odd tail thingy that he has.
Hush you! It's very rude
Oh.
to bring up.
Oh, yes, he does have that. I had forgotten.
But he is still the same. Leon! Now,
Yes.
as he curls around Leon's neck akin to a scarf, I would very much like to see the rest of this castle. The interior is quite spectacular, I do say.
We do
Do you know your
have-
way around?
Taking notes.
Not at all! I
I
wish
guess
I
it's going to
did!
be.
But
Well, let's
listen,
see.
this is exciting for me, because I've been in here for I don't know how long.
At least
And
4
I
years.
presume you're going to be taking notes.
Oh,
I'm
most
going-
definitely.
I request to do a charisma check to see if now that Leon has a much stronger emotional profile, I can get us a better headway towards his ability to read.
Sure.
Alright, that is a total of 21. Let's see if Moxie's emotional compass works today.
That is. You cannot get a reading.
Well,
But
that-
as Leon and Roderick grasp each other, you all hear in the hallways,
That's an odd sound.
That's not
hell?
good.
That would be our commander. Would that not?
That is the exact same sound that the future predator from Primeval makes. If any of you are familiar with Primeval.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
you all see in the hallways a bright red
No.
light that starts scanning around.
Hide!
Everybody
Yep.
hide. Quickly.
Orgal.
Yep.
I step behind the owl.
I hide in probably some foliage and stealth.
Passing without trace.
That
think we
is
can manage to do that.
what is it? Plus stealth plus 4 plus.
God, I'm
That's
gonna burn
30.
through so
17
many
stealth.
second level.
That is
Is
a
that with the
30
plus
to
10?
stealth. That is a 30 to stealth total.
Oh, right. Pass without trace is plus 10, so I'm
You all see
27.
35.
you all see a familiar form that starts coming into the aviarium, and you are taken aback as to why and how.
Well,
I knew it.
um,
I knew it.
so
I'm not saying this in character, but I fucking knew it.
Over table agreed. In character, why? What? How?
I don't ever want to see this thing again.
As the eye is everyone under Morgal's
Yeah.
stealth?
Pass without
Right.
trace. Yep.
I need to roll something.
Unless they rejected it for some fucking reason. Yes, they are.
As far as I heard, the lowest we got was 27.
You all see its feline movements. Is that coming through?
Little
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
That's why I was saying you sound like the weird bat thing from Primeval.
With each exhale that it does, you see almost a fog that starts hitting the floor. As its eye looks down at the fog, you see it flash through the fog, and you can see the form of rocks and things like that that appear as red as the fog, as the light hits the fog. It's like a UV light.
Oh
If
no.
you still have the mental link, you hear, "Scurry quickly out now."
Did it?
We should
Aviary.
probably
Hang
circle
on.
around.
Hold, please. Justin, could you please give me
Yes.
the layout of the aviary?
So there is the obvious, extremely large cage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also have just a vast, dense, forest-like area of different plants and things of that nature. This is an aviarium slash
Arboretum.
arboreum, yeah. But there are also an immense amount of other cages of birds and other flying creatures that are strung down from the similar cages that Roderick was
Can
in.
anyone set all the cages open?
Can't do that.
You also
once.
you also are able to see that on the floor as you are stepping, that there is humidity that has pooled into these puddles of water. as well. So in your mind, you're thinking that there's some source of humidity in here. There's some source of water that seems to be helping to keep the
Everything
foliage
hydrated.
alive and hydrated. Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, I tell everyone through the mental leak, off the ground, now! And I attempt to leap into a tree.
Let's see here.
Alrighty.
17
yourself
on
flying.
dice. I think I get it.
Gonna try to do something similar there for me. My athletics.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
Athletics,
total
that's the one.
of
26.
that's a
20.
19.
22.
That's not too shabby. Ow.
I didn't do too hot, but I got a 13, so I should be able to get off the ground at least. And
I have a 20-foot reach. I can pull you up after me.
woohoo!
Leon,
Let's see, athletics or acrobatics.
Whichever happens to work better for you.
I
Are
believe
you
it's athletics.
climbing or are you jumping? That's the question.
that is the question. Are you climbing on top of a table of different plants? Are you
We've
trying to climb one
seen
of the
Leon's
trees?
ability to jump, so that's why I'm asking.
I mean,
It's up to you.
Moxie,
You do
You're
what you
him.
want.
You decide.
you can also ask Moxie to use enhance ability on you.
Or ask me to pick you up as well.
I think it'd be best that I have Moxie enhance ability on me because I don't know how heavy my new form is.
All right. So, which do you know you
Much
are better
heavier.
at? Which do you know that you are capable of doing better, a strength check or a dex check?
A dex check.
That's fine because I imbue you with cat's grace. You have advantage on dex checks. Straight
Okay,
dex checks.
well, that's good. So far, I've rolled a 3. A 3.
Advantage is you roll again, right?
Yes,
you
I
roll
rolled
twice
again.
and take the higher number.
I got
Yeah,
2
Wow.
3s. That's 5 total. You see,
As
yep, and
Leon
Again.
attempts
Oh,
to
hold on. McNick just said he blesses Leon.
I'm sure that will help.
It'll at least get you maybe slightly.
where is McNick? He's not showing up on my screen. Are you still
Yeah,
there, bud?
he's here. He's just up and getting something real quick.
Well,
Ah.
that's 8 total then.
8.
As you see Leon jump up, he can't quite reach what he's trying to jump toward, and as his feet come back down, his feet land in one of the puddles as the droplets fly through the air as they
Someone reach
Okay,
down and
yep.
grab him now.
Vine time. Grab the Leon. Nat 20. If I could choose how this worked, I would go over the branch he tried to climb on, grab him by the wrist, and pull him up onto it.
out of your draconian skin, your skin rips off as you see the vines that wrap around Leon as they gently pick him up off the ground and start to bring you toward. You notice that the skin on that arm is now not healing up or anything. But your vines, you can actually see your armor of the summer court underneath the draconian skin.
Do we have some spare fabric? This may be a thing.
You see the Etherean hunter as it leaps over as the puddles right where the spot where Leon is, as it
So,
The fog that releases from its mouth, almost like a mist with a 10-foot radius now, it starts flashing its beams of light throughout the mist, making out what is in it as it.
quick question.
Yes,
Is there a puddle near the door?
yes.
Let's see here. I want to see if Mage Hand has the correct. Okay, is the door
Ooh,
or the puddle 30 feet away?
question.
Answer.
Question for Leon. How many
Mm-hmm.
projectiles are in Magic Missile?
Considering
You
I
can
don't have it
choose.
prepared, none.
I have an idea, and you can take this as a
To
mental thing.
answer your question, Leon, yes.
In that case, I can buy some time. Subtle spell, Mage
Bef-
Hand, and
Before you act, I was considering throwing a dart to a puddle near the exit to try and make it think we left.
that's what I'm working on.
I could save you a spell.
Oh, it's
I'd
not a
lose a-
spell.
I could lose a dart, but okay.
It's cantrip, but that's beside the point. Subtle spell lets me cast it without any components. It's just a quick, more or less mental thought, and it happens. So Mage Hand is going to have basically think thing, but a invisible version, splash into the puddle, and then walk off towards the door in a quick tapping motion. And then as it reaches the end of its range, it disappears.
You all see from Leon's hand as he waves two fingers in the air, you see a spectral version of his hand descend from his own hand as it hits the ground without a noise, as you see it scurrying away over to the door. And as it gets towards the door, you see the fingers kind of skitter there for a moment as they look over toward you all as the hand turns, and you see it start splashing the puddle as you see the Etherean hunter you see it as it starts with the mist from its mouth clouding it. You see it disappear, and with a flash of red light, it's over at the door.
So that bought us some time. I don't know how long it's going to keep looking for that. And I have no idea how long Roderick's going to keep quiet, so we need to figure something out.
Yeah. Ooh.
You see the Etherean hunter look back into the room over its shoulder. As it begins to leave the room and go back into the hallways.
And exhale.
Everybody breathe. And everybody stay
Too
quiet.
close.
We nearly lost our wizard for like the 20th time.
I certainly lost my disguise. We got any cloth?
I have extra clothes. So, well,
If we can just wrap these
Well,
wounds.
we'll bandage your arm.
Fantastic.
You will owe me a new blouse.
I owe you a great many things, I think, but sure.
Later. Later. Yep, I go ahead and sacrifice one of my spare shirts.
And
The
I have
owl,
neat forearm.
the owl's head rotates around to look at you all. I do believe that you're safe for the moment.
Yes, for a brief moment, we're safe.
Why is that thing here?
You know that everyone here is in league with the Cinder Flame.
If I had to guess, it's to do with the whole general thing. Probably as a guard.
I mean, why would it be here now with this happening when they thought we were dead?
They know we're
Yeah.
not dead. They know for a fact we're not dead.
The Cinder Flame saw us in particular.
That's why he sent them to the Feywild again.
Over table here, I could have sworn in the dinner that we had just sat at, session before last, same day, they said that they thought we were dead.
They did. That doesn't mean that the rest of the court doesn't know better.
Certain people are segmented off, probably.
These are essentially
Need to know
peons.
basics.
Yeah, these are peons compared to most everyone else, even King Midas. And Midas doesn't care, but, you know, that's
Well, ignoring how little it makes sense, if that thing's here, it likely means its master is here, which means Kelgrash or the Mikage.
Yes, that's not pleasant to think about. We do need to find that cauldron and quick.
Yep.
Yes.
We need to find actually we need to find Titania and then the cauldron because
We need to find Titania and the Cauldron and our friend who's masquerading and buying us time.
Yes, and we only
And
have an
if I
hour
had to
left in
guess-
these fairly believable disguises before we're walking targets and we're gonna die.
So,
Your friend that you said.
Mhm.
What does he look like right now?
He looks like Oberon.
Then your friend, to save you some time, is in the main chamber court,
Mm.
the throne room.
Is that where his beloved is also being held? Is in the throne room?
No. Titania is actually being held in the basement,
Well,
in an offshoot guarded, I hear, by something that is knowledgeable and strange.
a
ooh,
Cybriex?
No. This Cypriex that you speak of is hidden somewhere. I believe. If my mind recalls, I think I heard them say he's behind a doorway that leads to nothing.
Interesting.
we found one of those.
So to the basement we go?
Or we can explore other rooms similar to
I mean, it
There is a
seems...
rare opportunity afforded us here. If
Mm.
Indolin has her own space where she kept what she took from two of us, perhaps Bavlorna and Skabatha have their own spaces as well. We
and we
have a
just
chance
saw
to reclaim what was lost. It would take more
That is also
time,
true.
which
We
is
have some time. So I don't, and I think Endolin's might have been the most difficult because it was the most emotional. The other two don't tend to run with emotions. They don't play with their food as much.
well, the way I see it was we have a very knowledgeable long-term resident of this place who may be able to help us navigate, or I gesture over to the lady that showed us to this place.
and has been quite silent since.
Me?
You know your way around, don't you?
You see her sitting there cleaning as she stops. Well, yes, I do.
You are from Fableries, yes?
Yes.
I wonder if she would even remember who we were if I tried to fill her in on that. Because that's where I was going with that, and now I'm second guessing myself.
So we have several different paths before us. Which coven member's room is closest to here?
Well, that would be Edelin's.
No, I don't know that it's Endelin's.
Indolence is the closest to here.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
What's the
literally
next
just
one?
left
We just
there.
walked out. I
Yeah.
think that's why I say that.
Over table. Indolent.
Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
Aviarium.
And then that way. All right, my brain did not do that very well.
Over table. Scabatha.
Mm-hmm.
Bavlorna.
And Bavlorna. Oh,
It's
golly, that's gonna be
it's
terrible.
easy enough to figure out, but when your brain is fried, it misses things. It happens. No biggie.
Not to mention, I didn't know the layout of the place, so I thought we'd been walking for a decent while,
True
not
that.
just walk out, turn.
This is the
you know.
first time
Yeah.
we're really getting a look over the whole thing.
The
honestly.
only thing I'm gonna say about that is the map's been there since we started. Other than that, I'm keeping my sass down.
I mean, we didn't have a map of where everything was, so I didn't have a frame of reference. That's all I meant. All right, so I guess we're either going straight forward out of here, or we're going to the right.
Well, in character, I'm operating on the assumption that she drew out this sketched map for us as a reference point.
Mhm.
You see that in talking to her. That's what I was just rolling for. I don't know if you all can you hear my dice rolls
Yeah.
through this?
Now,
You see that the large owl with a talon draws out a very rough sketch of a map.
well, that's fantastic. That's very useful.
If
If I
any of you
try-
have any kind of magics that you can utilize to take
can
this map with you.
record it to a scroll, press to digitate.
I can definitely make a copy into my spellbook. That's the only thing I have at the moment.
I mean, it'd be something we could see.
I'll go to one of the very end pages and start copying down a rough sketch of the map.
I do another scanning of the area. That's a total of 24. Because it seems like whether or not I manage to find my way through this castle is kind of difficult. It's like standing next to an electromagnet with a compass.
Where are you trying to find? What are you trying to find?
I'm still trying to focus in on Leon, but it's kind of wavering a little bit between him and Trollia, because Trollia's is the next biggest problem.
And what are you trying to see with this? What are you trying to glean?
She's trying to focus on which way they should be going, because
Trying to track down the stolen abilities.
Yeah,
Yes?
she's trying to track
That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, she's doing an emotional scan again.
You can... What did you roll?
It was a total of 24.
You can tell that you are near some of those missing memories.
Near as the crow flies, or near as in... Well, near as the crow flies is Scabatha, so... And she does tend to hoard things, as we've seen.
As you now have a map, choose as you will.
Which way do we go?
I'm going to ask the owl and the lady from Fable Reese what that long room is. Or is that the dining hall we were just in?
No, that is not the dining hall. The dining hall is actually another
Off the
offshoot
map.
because it's unimportant at the moment.
But it does look like a dining room.
Yeah, it's large, it's open, and it has...
Reminds me of a library a little bit more, from the fact that there are shorter tables, or shorter things that made me think of bookcases.
That is the library, but it is more complicated than one would think.
Complicated how?
Most
there
libraries
something
are
in
already
there?
fairly complicated.
Hey,
Well,
They are.
first of all, the
not all of
librarian
us
that
are.
is in there.
I said libraries, not librarians.
The
You're fine,
librarian
Leon.
that
Always.
is in there is different than they used to
Oh.
be.
Don't tell me it's
Pardon
an
me?
orangutan. Actually, tell me it's an orangutan.
So you'll just have to go in and see for yourself.
And this connects to
Um,
Bavlorna's room.
Yes.
Bavlorna's room is an offshoot from there, but the doors will be locked, and they will be guarded.
Hopefully not speaking of guarding. What's this odd symbol at the back?
Which one?
In the library.
In the library. I say symbol in character, but in reality, it's that standing statuette that you have. I
Yes, I
doubt
want
she
to
put
know
little
what it is so
figurines on the
badly.
map.
That is actually not
Something she's aware of.
something she is aware of, correct.
Fair enough.
I want to know what those things
So
are.
if it's 3D, don't ask about it.
Yes. Yes.
3D, no
Fair.
So that is the easiest thing to get to as the crow flies, because all we have to do is cross a hallway.
Most
But we do have to
expedient, anyway.
worry. We do have to worry about whether or not this librarian is going to be remotely friendly when we enter this room.
Almost certainly not. What about from here to Scabatha's room? What are those spaces?
We're going to have to go out of here and then to a right and then
Yes,
either
I see the
through
directions. I'm asking what
or-
the rooms are.
So the first room that you see right there, that is actually, it has 2 elevators. One of them goes up to the top tower, where there are prisoners that are typically held. The other elevator actually goes to, now that you all are learning this information, I'm going to put up here, and I'm going to put a D for down there.
I just realized something funny. You know how you said you reminded us earlier that Rory is my clothing?
Yes. Did you purposefully do that?
No, no.
I-
I looked down and I was like, oh yeah,
It's a shame Perry is not mine.
Mhm.
his whole pack's in on it.
It's rat time.
No.
I love this shirt.
Nick, you need that shirt. Do you have a? You don't have a salamander shirt, do you?
All you need is some kind of polo shirt.
You need a giant salamander. You need that salamander that is on your character card right there. You need that.
Oh, you can get one of those.
The
It's
tree
a Harry
frogs
Potter
are loud
asset.
tonight.
So those elevators, the one that leads down, leads to a room of iniquities.
Iniquities. I consider my vocabulary fairly expansive, but I can't place that one.
If one needs to look in the dictionary,
Iniquities?
Immoral or grossly unfair behavior.
Yeah.
Like a torture chamber.
Or as Castiel refers to it in Supernatural, he refers to the cat house, as I'll call it for monetization reasons. He calls the cat house a den of iniquity.
Might be fair to refer to it as the oubliette.
the room preceding that is actually a room that has a multitude of artifacts that Zypilna has acquired throughout her years.
All of these sisters hoard things beyond all measure of reason.
Justin, I think I got confused. Which room is that?
So
you
this
just
is the
described?
elevator This is the elevator room. And then this room right here. This one
Okay.
is the one with we'll call
Artifacts.
The room of requirement.
it stuff
Stuff.
is quicker to write.
Yeah, you said behind, and I could not settle on a direction. So
For
thank you.
me,
Thank you for that.
behind is here. So that's the way that I was describing it.
Put the
And
eye
then
Oh
to the
the
side.
God,
room.
who posted the cat with human hands?
I'm not
That
looking.
would be technically me, because this is the Y meme I always default to, but...
The room
Why?
directly after that is Scapitha's room.
So,
All of these rooms that the sisters now take hold of used to belong to a different sort. I don't know what happened to them.
a different
To
sort.
them?
Yes. They were the rest of Zybilna's court.
Zybilna had a court.
She did rule from here, and
I
she,
suppose it makes
you know,
sense.
Yes. I don't know what happened to them. But hopefully they are still alive. That will be a lot of paperwork to do if they are not.
half the realm is currently dead, so that is a mess of paperwork.
Did we get mentally? I'm asking him this. Did we get this owl's name?
You told us your name once
Many
before.
sessions ago you did. Do you
Which
have
I
it
was
in
not
your
present for.
notes?
Technically
think-
fair.
I don't think
Yeah.
Kai was even around.
Nor was Leon, so that's beside the point.
It definitely would not appear in my notes.
I can't remember it for some strange reason.
Roll a recall. I mean, when all else fails, right?
Sure.
That's a 13 history check.
Oh, that's weak.
Weak.
I mean, considering it was a 9 on dice and I have a +4 to history, yeah.
Weak
I got
sauce.
a 30.
Leon got a 30 to remember the name.
Then again, I'm the one who regularly gets at least
I got a
30 on
natural
performance
20.
checks. I'm the one with a performance bonus of 15, for Pete's sake.
Could have sworn
Did you all
told
not
me
find
this.
it?
Nope.
And
Didn't
you
tell me
asked
this
me.
back in the Feywild?
Yes.
Yes, I rolled a history. Maybe the
And
others
that
told me?
history check was
30, he said?
That's a natural 20 plus 10 from proficiency and.
Well, why
plus-
not just say nat 20? That normally sells it.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, fair enough.
you
Sometimes
may
20
call
doesn't.
me by my old name. Aurelia.
Now I remember that name.
Same person, Aurelia,
The one who
former head
showed
of
you
the
that
no,
stuff, right?
the former head of the Boros Legion.
No. Different.
If-
No. Not
That's why I
Aurelia.
was asking.
No, because that was.
Because Aurelia is the head of the Boros Guild. Where she used to be.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Bam!
I like
Different
how
spelling.
Nab spelled it as Aurelia. Makes me think
Like-
gorilla.
Like aura. Aurelia.
Well, that's
Aurelia.
That's how
Aurelia in the Boros Legion is spelled not the same.
Aurelia. That's how Aurelia is
Not
spelled.
like Aurora.
Ah.
Anyway, semantics over names.
Okay.
You
then.
can call me Aurora for short.
Okay.
Just
No,
wanted that for
Thank you, Aurora.
my own reasons.
As she
Wait, why was I asking that?
nods her head toward Leon, she shakes her feathers for a moment, and you see a glistening light that goes across her coat of feathers.
What is that? I take a closer look. I'll see what it is.
At what?
The
Your feathers.
Oh, was it just the
What's
feathers?
that?
I thought it was like something shining.
No,
beneath the
It
feathers.
was just her feathers. That's why
Okay.
she gave
He was showing
herself the name
reason.
I see.
Aurora.
She's just magnificent. That's all you need to know.
You
Yeah,
see her
yeah,
peacock
she's fucking beautiful. That's what that translates to.
Okay. I had thought that you were trying to clue us into the presence of a chain or something, not that you're just having her show off.
She brings you all in with one of her talons as she says, "Palace used to be a place of endless possibilities. Now, the possibilities are endless. So do be careful, darlings. I have a feeling that you will do well. But you need to go now. I hear something different coming through the hallways."
Let's skedaddle then and over to. Oh, did we say Bavlorna's or Scabathus?
I
Scabathus.
don't think we ever voted on it.
It needs to be a group vote, so I
Yep, needs to be
highly
decided now.
advise that you
Okay.
all talk about it as a group and plan your attack as to what you are going to do
Personally,
Right.
and
my
what would be most advantageous,
Mm-hmm.
because you were
got-
given a lot of information just then
Very
as
much
to
were.
different pathways. So think about these pathways.
Over the table, on the last session, we got information on specifically one of the witches.
Mm-hmm. It was Endelin.
You
that
got
we
information on all three
All-
witches.
Technically, we did get information on all three, but one of them was something we knew before.
Yes.
Bavlorna's whole
Bavlorna.
The
Widdershins.
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 Do you
That's
remember?
what I was going to ask
uh,
Aurora. If she knew anything else.
Do you remember those,
Scabathus?
Yep.
Mick?
I think he's
Or
gonna use it.
do you need a refresher?
I have them.
could definitely
I have
use a
them.
refresher.
Okay.
Sounds
Gabatha
like everyone
forgets
else
the
has
very
them.
first thing she sees when she wakes.
Like, literally forgets, cannot acknowledge, thinks does not
Just
exist.
gone.
And Indolin is always been bossed around by her sisters and can only be killed by the visage of a solar eclipse.
Or an
during a
actual
solar
eclipse.
escape.
What would that entail, is what I've been wondering.
The visage of an eclipse.
Yeah.
Lots,
could you-
Height of one,
lots of illusions.
technically. Yeah, you could technically do it by illusion for the way that's worded on there for it.
There's also an extremely simple, but
Just
it's
Hey.
besides
block the sun with something?
No, you just have to stand in front of it a certain way.
You all discuss. I'm going to hit
Behold, a
the
picture!
restroom for a
Wait.
moment.
Okay,
I
so all
can
in
do
favor,
that now.
All in favor of Scabathus' room. Raise hand.
Aye.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Most advantageous. We can get
Seems like the
stuff.
best idea.
I think
Okay,
we can
then.
set up the
We
find our
can-
prisoner.
Detour
That's
to
fine.
find Titania.
Yep.
And it would
And
give
then
us the
we
most
can-
chances to get caught up on certain things before tackling whatever's in the library, which I really hope is a freaking orangutan.
I mean, I kind of am excited for the library because books.
It's gonna
Yes,
find
we-
another fucking owl.
Hey, if it's
Hey.
another owl in the library, that's going to be a little bit easier for.
Hey, as
for
long
some
as
of
it's
us.
not the owl from Avatar.
That was
I think it's
exactly
fine.
the one I was
Wan Chi Tong.
referencing. Watch it on, yeah.
I mean, that one was fine as long as you gave information.
Yeah.
And as long as you
Mm.
didn't wage war with what you took.
God, that
Mhm.
makes me think of the one thing I really loved. That one bit from Core about the radio.
What's a radio?
Radio.
Oh yeah, that bit.
Or
The
he'd
fact
been
that he
lied to
also
about what they
knows
were.
the fact that he knows northern, southern, and foggy swamp waterbending. That's hilarious.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm all for Scabatha.
Yeah.
All right, we might even manage to borrow a couple of artifacts.
I really want to know what's in the library.
I
Oh,
do
me too.
I am going to do my best tonight, but I am really out of it still.
Trust me,
He's
I
had
got you.
he's had stress headaches all day, so
I can
he's
get
holding on
that.
for dear life.
Have you had coffee?
Oh yes, in abundance. He had 4 shots of espresso today.
That sounds like a problem.
We haven't been sleeping very well because Aries been waking up in the middle of the night with wailing banshee fits for no apparent reason.
No more
Teething.
Yeah, she is currently teething, and I think she had a nightmare. She's had some nightmares lately.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So,
We
what did we
unanimously
decide?
voted on Scabatha.
Yep,
Alrighty.
pretty unanimously.
Rainy Nightshade.
Mostly because of what's on the way.
Real quick, before we progress, Mick, what do you need to do to awake yourself?
Jumping
You need
jacks.
You need to walk outside. What do you need to do?
Sleep.
Well, yeah, I think everyone needs that, but
Seriously, just do like 8 push-ups. It gets your heart pumping.
I can try. I can't guarantee that, but you guys carry
Some
on.
kind of vigorous
I'll
motion, you know.
Try that, yeah.
To be fair, I've been kind of spacing myself. So.
Put us on
right.
BRB and
here,
go
let's
play a
go.
song in Beat
Let's
Saber.
let's go on BRB real quick, and then anybody that is a little out of it right now, do something to try and wake yourself up. If you need to splash yourself with some cold water, I just need your like. We're about to get into some shit,
shit.
so let's all try and be on our game. Okay.
Alright, we'll go BRB, everyone. Bear with us.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry that we had to take just a short break. It is where we are. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing it in the country. Heat waves out the
Yeah.
wazoo, my
Very hot.
friends. It is very hot where we are, and it is taking its
Yeah.
toll.
Oh.
Hey,
Now, as we left our characters, they had just been drawn a map by Aurora, and before them lays many options as to how they can approach the Palace of Heart's Desire and finally bringing an end to the Hourglass Coven and the Tree Raiser himself. They've chosen, I believe, unanimously, Scabatha's room.
Yep.
Yep.
It would appear that way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Although
there's a
I-
few things that they have to get through in order to get there. But let's see what they do.
well, what about this other offshoot to the left of the main hallway?
I think that's the library.
No, that's the big one.
next to Scabbers.
The little loop in
elevators?
the middle here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah.
It
I
looks
think
like
that's
stairs.
staircase going down. Because if
Is
you look, there's something that connects to it, like the way
Well-
that something else connects to the elevator room. And I think that staircase goes down, not up.
Yes, but again, I'm asking about the room it's connected to.
Probably leads like a manual entrance, similar to an elevator.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
That room there. That is a fun one that Zybilna came up with. In order to pass through it and get to either of its offshoots, it is going to be charged with immense emotions to see how you handle them.
Mm.
That
Fascinating.
sounds very vague and menacing.
So I do see the stairs leading down. With that sort of
Correct.
protection, I imagine it leads somewhere important.
The basement.
The basement is important.
That is where
Zybilna is, yes. I'm sorry, I wasn't questioning. I was.
Titania. It's where Titania is, not Zybilna.
Titania is actually being held in the throne room as well.
Oh.
She is where she was frozen.
Hmm.
Mm.
Wait,
No.
Titania's in the throne room? Then who's in the basement?
No, Titania's in the basement.
thought-
Zybilna is in the throne room.
Wait, didn't you just
Oh.
said to?
See? It's
Did
not
I-
just
did
me.
I-
It wasn't just me.
Did I miss?
Yeah,
Did over table? Did I misspeak?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Titania's in the basement. Zybilna's in the throne room.
Okay.
Okay.
Is what it is.
Was it
Yep.
water on the knee?
Well,
Yes.
actually, Aurora, I think we need to ask one more thing.
That
Where
would
is the
be-
Black Cauldron?
Now that it shows itself at random intervals. However, last I heard, it was in the throne room. Because that is where the spell was used that froze Zybilna and the rest of her court.
Right.
That would make sense. If nothing else, perhaps we can track a magical signature from the area if it's no longer present. Leon's done that before.
Sure.
No, he did in Shimmerberry.
Is there anything else that you need from
What's
me?
this smaller room above the fun one?
Above the emotional room?
Yes.
I'm not sure what is in there.
Okay.
Why do I find that so disquieting?
Because it probably is.
Well,
Okay. So we have an. So okay, over table here, we've got an elevator to the basement, and we've got stairs to the basement. But the stairs are through a fun emotional room.
Or we can go through the torture chamber.
I thought that was the upware through the elevator.
No, that was
No,
down.
that's the down. Yeah.
The
Yep.
prison
The prison.
is the up elevator. The
Oubliette.
the inequities portion is the down elevator. There is you guessed that right, Moxie. There is a staircase that leads down to the basement, like you all were told here. Emotional room, right there. So, what do you want to do?
Well, I see no reason why the new information would change our plan.
Just more information. So
Okay.
we should probably
So-
make our way.
One question: that little dot on the map, is that just like a smaller bird cage in
Which
the
one?
aviary? You got the big circle and the smaller
That
circle.
was just dictating where Roderick was.
Oh, okay,
Roderick
cool.
was.
Oh, and
so.
by the way, Aurora, would you like to be free?
Or would you prefer to just rest and wait until most of the danger has passed and everything is semi-normal?
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure we
that's-
already established she can't leave because of the protections around the place.
Well, yes,
Well,
but you can get out
through
of the
the roof.
cage.
Yes, but I'm talking about having her free roam of the room.
It would not work, I'm afraid.
That's
Well-
unfortunate.
We'll just bring back Zybilna, and then you can be free properly. No sense in fighting in the
Bavlorna.
meantime.
Bavlorna made sure that this cage could not be opened by normal means.
Would you like an apple?
Hmm.
An apple? You say that intriguingly.
Got a
A very
whole
chaotic
bush.
apple.
Please enlighten me.
I just think
My
there might be a.
children of chaos.
I will
What
say.
kind of apples?
I will say there
They're
could
of
be
a
a fair bit of discord coming, and you might be more prepared with a full
Be
stomach.
careful.
So long as you're determined, of course.
Be careful. I will say. I won't mind taking some of these apples. But I will warn you. When fooling around with discord, he himself may rear his head.
You mean
To Eris human.
who do you mean he?
Discord.
Discord,
Oh, the god of discord.
Yes, Discord.
correct.
It's like a staff of Loki is the staff of a god named Loki.
Yes, but
If you
Legends aside.
utilize chaos too much, then good old Discord might show himself.
and that might not be terribly pleasant.
It might not be terribly horrible either. It
You never
depends
know
on the
with Discord.
mood that he
Is the
in.
thing about chaos.
Imagine meeting the literal
Well-
meaning of the word chaos in humanoid form.
Well, I don't have an apple, but I know someone who does. It's up to him. I just thought, maybe.
Be happy to share, Morgul.
Yep, I still got the bushel.
If a
Well-
few were to accidentally end up in my cage, I don't suppose that would be a horrible thing.
Morgul, careful. Whatever you do, don't drop apples.
Any
to
of
that
them.
cage.
Nudge, nudge.
No, it'd be totally fine. Oops.
Oh,
Drop.
I'm
Oh
so
goodness!
sorry.
It looks like
I
3
ran
apples
into
just
you.
went into your cage. Whatever are we going to do?
How many?
3.
3.
Remember,
Oh,
I still have
that-
most of a bushel.
That is so horrible.
Ah.
As she brings her talon to pull them underneath some of her plumage, you hear her go, delicious.
My lunch.
Go now,
So,
children.
we should probably head out and
Yes.
find Skabatha.
Well, you'll
Little home.
know when you can manage to get out without being harassed.
So, what are you going to be joining me as today, Roderick? Because I do not think you're going to blend in too well around my neck.
I rather thought that a nice ascot would suit you very well.
And Scott.
Truly, the most dubious of our.
Where do you
Well-
disagree, Morgal?
Hmm.
What is he right now?
Well, he's
Snarf.
currently a fairy dragon.
Who,
No.
Roderick?
I'm a dragon. You're a dragon.
I'm one of the marionette
Leon's
things.
Leon's a salamander or
I
something.
have like the moon
Frog.
mask thing.
So what is Leon?
I'm
Yeah.
a draconoid like you, and
Are
Moxie.
you?
Right,
I
he's a
thought you were-
mage. He's
Right.
the mage.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So a dragon with an ascot. Yeah, I can see that.
Fine. You all don't appreciate my piousness, I guess. I will take something a bit more brutish in that case. What about this? As he snaps his fingers, you all see a very large, chunky piece of breastplate armor lump over his own breastplate armor.
It does the job.
I mean, yeah,
Would've-
that fits.
I would have
Well-
gone with chainmail. Personally.
But that's okay.
Well,
That's just
chainmail he could put under the armor he's currently wearing and be protected.
You see a fairy dragon's head come out of the spell for a moment as he says, I'm making him look more. How do the children say it these days? Ripped. He's very intimidating like this, no?
He's a mage. He is disguised as a draconian mage.
Correct. As I said, very intimidating. Mhm.
Yes, and good thing I have robes too.
Question. If you were to look more like someone who could take a punch, would you not find yourself more likely to receive one?
Well, maybe? Yes? No?
That's all I'm saying.
Perhaps.
Makes
I've
That's
sense.
never
Either way,
really
you're going-
been
Away.
in these types of situations before.
Yes,
So
we're
we
about
shall
to be
see.
in a lot of them. Let us continue on our merry little way, shall we?
As you all start making your way into the hallway, you hear some footsteps coming down the hallway in fours. 2 sets of fours.
Something's murky.
That's 19 perception.
As you all kind of peer around the side
Corner.
corner, you see 2 familiar faces. As you see pearlescent white fur.
Wait,
Oh no.
not the meat explosion puppers.
The silver winds. Why are they here?
Why are we having this discussion at this point? They're all gonna be here.
Yep.
Well,
Stands to
better
reason.
than when we last saw them.
Miknik, can you throw your voice into the library, lure them in?
Worth a shot. I use thaumaturgy. And what do I do, guys?
Something that'll get their attention.
Force attention. Let alone the silver wings.
I don't know if I could do a high-pitched squeal.
Are you trying to make a literal thaumaturgy dog whistle?
Less dog, more just shrill.
You're,
You know,
you're thinking like an animal in distress.
thaumaturgy is vibrating the air at a certain frequency. So if you know the frequency, go for it.
All right,
Ooh, floofs.
all right.
They awesome.
2100 hertz shrill tone emanates from the library suddenly.
You
That
see
just happens to
Leon
be the
hunch.
exact frequency of a dog whistle.
Do you hear that, sister? You see her take her paw as she slams his head down into the ground. Of course, I heard it, you idiot. This ear got blown off. It hasn't lost its hearing.
Wait, did the meat explosion actually blow off its ear? Was
Oh,
that me?
Yes. Yes, it did. As they make their way, you see they
Morgul, I think we need to go and sneak past these guys while they focus on the door.
I do
Further
believe
in
door
the library, I do another
is
one.
locked. Sister. Well, we can fix that, can't we, brother? As you see them they knock down the door, and the two of them are now in the library.
Well, we can scurry quickly.
Hey, carefully scurry.
Scuttle,
Well, you
scuttle,
still got
scuttle,
passed
scuttle.
without trace unless a fucking hour has passed. So
No, it has not.
Not even close.
exactly.
We would be very
But
screwed
everything
if it
with the
hadn't.
owl, you all that took, I'd say, maybe about 5 minutes or so. That whole
That's a 26
Interaction.
stealth to
Interaction.
very swiftly scuttle, 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 scuttle.
okay. As you all are walking down the hallway, you come to the doorway, supposedly where the elevators are. But ahead of you, you see two extremely large double doors that have marble and ivory that are going up them, that are inlaid with gold filigree going down. But you can see a green energy that is flowing through the wood grain.
Let's avoid that for now.
We know who's been here.
Who's in there, possibly?
I don't know.
Let's avoid it for now.
Are you all
Agreed.
going into the elevator room?
Yep, to the right, to the right.
As you all head in there, you see two wooden lifts, one to your left and one to your right. This room is very plain and simple on the inside of it. The elevators, and then a third door that is directly in front of you as you enter. That seems to be not locked. Is currently there.
Do we do a prison break?
We need to find your ability to read Trollia's vision and Kai's focus first.
Well, I wasn't
The
sure if we
minute
should
that
hit them
you-
first.
Well, the minute that you get your reading ability back, the sooner you can cast your spells normally again.
Yes, trying to remember them all by memory is starting to take a toll.
Where at, Chibbit?
Yep.
It's like trying
So-
to juggle.
Let's see what's in this room that we might borrow.
On to the stuff.
Is
Looks
that
like we
a
can run.
group vote?
Decision?
Well, we know we're
Yeah.
not going up, and we're not ready to go down, so onward it is. Unless there's some sort of hidden secret in this room that no one has searched for.
Sure, I'll go and investigate the room a bit further since it seems very plain. So, let's see if that's going to be. Come on, dice. That is 23.
You notice that there seems to be something that is written along the floors, walls, and ceiling that you cannot see.
How does
Are you guys seeing that?
one make this visible? I wonder. You know what? I know how this is gonna go. That's a 16 Arcana check.
You can't read it, it's still invisible.
Well, yes, but I was saying, how does one do this? I was
Oh,
doing the Arcana check to see if I could figure out how.
You
Out
all
of
know of a way that this could be read. Moxie, you start kind of piecing it together in your head as to how you could read this if you so chose to do so. But you would need to lure out a particular creature.
We're not going to want to try and read this right now. It's going to
mm,
involve a critter that we don't want anywhere near us right now.
Carry on, though.
Talking about for the fog.
I
Yeah,
suppose I'll take your word for it.
it
Almost
requires
like
thing
a
with eye beams.
almost like a UV light. You would need
Mhm.
something equivalent to an ultraviolet light to be able to see this. And the
we
only
need witch light.
thing that you know
Yeah.
of right now, the only thing that possesses which the part of its anatomy is the Etherean hunter.
Yeah. I got there eventually.
So let's go into the room of stuff.
So, who wants to open the doorway?
Is it magically done up with anything?
I don't know, is it?
I mean, that's a good question.
Arcana check
That's
to look into it.
I was gonna say that's a 23 Arcana check.
It does have magic.
Leon, would you be so kind?
Oh yes.
I don't think I have dispel magic.
That's a 25 to go and track down where it's coming from on the
You all
door.
hear steps behind you.
And I am dispelling magic where the target of the magic is. Or
The door
general.
opens behind you.
And let's step inside real quick.
Yep.
And
In
hurry.
we go.
Yep, in we get.
As you all hear, you know, I've always wanted to see what is in that glorious room of hers.
Well, let's
may
see.
may I take a look?
We need to hide.
I think he's talking to us.
He
Isn't he?
is talking to you all as you all are opening the doorway.
Yeah, he's not distracted with someone else. He is
Oh.
by himself talking to us.
You all now look behind you as you see Chief, or shall I say, Lord of the Underdark, His Majesty Bungo.
Mental conversation at the speed of thought.
Yes.
Speed of thought. Shh, what do we do?
Do we
Uh,
let him in? He's not our ally, but he is also not necessarily an ally of the witch if he's wanting to steal from her.
Let's.
If someone gets caught, he could probably steal her wrath.
I have no qualm with letting him do as he pleases.
With the
Is-
exception of he'll probably get more
Harming us.
powerful.
I mean, I don't want him to harm us in any capacity, but if
He'll
he wants
also blow
to,
our cover.
he wants to fuck about in this room, I'm not gonna stop him.
Let's see if he fucks around and finds out about anything. We go ahead and open the door. I mean, we have
And
to
stand
wait
to the
for a
side.
specific reason.
The vocal one of us should probably lead the way. The commanding one of us, per
Officer.
se.
After you, Your Majesty.
Yeah, we'll give a small bow.
Very well. As he enters the room, you all enter behind. Please. I'm going to assume that you know the layabout of this room. So, do Give me the grand tour, if you would.
We're. Oh, shit.
Hmm.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Mental link, mental link, mental link. We were just
Yes.
assigned
Oh.
here and aren't familiar with it yet.
Your Majesty, we've just been assigned. We haven't
I
found this thing by
bless
chance.
Moxie.
That was a natural 20 on the deception anyway. It's not going to really matter. Just a.
You bullshit your way to convincing King Bungo, which now that you all are up close and personal with him, you see his extremely pallid flesh as it is whiter and almost more translucent than what you thought. You can see his vein running through his skin,
He is an Underdark
almost
goblin.
as if he has been underdark thousands, thousands of years. Now you also can see just the mass of him. He's very bloated, but as he stands up out of his chair that was being lifted by magic, his little throne chair that he was in, you all can see that he's a big boy.
Big
But
boy.
he's strong. He ain't that fat that's, like just fat. He thick with
So we have
like 15 C's.
so we have a fucking kingpin goblin, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, you
Okay.
are now in the presence of of the kingpin himself.
I
of
was
the
thinking more
Underdark.
crew from Jack and Dexter.
I mean,
Hey,
Yeah,
however
yeah.
that you wish to slice it. But he starts walking around the room. Oh,
Sounds like him too.
this is a lovely collection, if I do say so myself.
Leon is keeping an eye around on some of the things that we passed by.
He goes over to one case. This is the necklace of Akthor, ruler of the Seven Badlands. Once took down the beginnings of the Ravnican Payrunes themselves. Yes. That holds immense power.
Hmm.
Surreptitiously, a total of 24 to still emotionally scout the room to see if I sense any connection to anyone in this room.
What do you mean exactly? To an artifact that is a individual? People that you're in the room with right now.
Like Leon, Kai, Tralia. Is there anything in this room with any sort of tie to them? Be that a physical tie, an emotional one, etc.
Just any first
Yes.
degree connection.
There is one particular object that has an emotional tie to Tralia in a sense.
Okay then.
Hmm.
Also, over a table, my child is currently sitting here trying her best to throw a tantrum by screaming at the top of her lungs until she goes hoarse.
Yeah, now I can hear
You
it.
see Bungo take staff and point to Morgal. You see this right here?
Mhm.
This is something very special that I would like to have myself. This is the crown of Loth.
I don't believe I've heard that name before.
That's
Really?
news to me.
In the mental chat, remember she was ripped from her throne by divine
Yeah.
intervention.
Uh-huh.
Loth. the deviant spider. She is the lesser sister of one of our most favored patrons. I'm sure you know of Arasta, the Spider Queen,
We
Yes.
we have
the
heard of
web
her.
of truth. Ah,
She has many saints, I have heard.
hmm. If you ask me, that's all fake hearsay.
Oh,
This is fact. This crown, Loth once tried to usurp me,
Well, we all
and
know
she
that didn't go very well.
failed
Of course she did.
tremendously in the Battle of the Whispering Cave. Quelled before her time. I would have loved to have seen her wrench my head from my body. But alas, I was able to take 3 of her legs.
Wonder how she walks now.
probably doesn't.
She is a devious sort, I'm sure. That she's getting along just fine, waiting to try and take me on again, I'm sure. You see him happily skitter over to the other side of the room. This. I would love to have this. This here is the first nail that was put into the home of Baba Yaga.
What a fascinating item.
It is
Yes.
said that one strike this nail can seal something in another time and space.
Interesting.
This.
Moxie, over table, Moxie files that particular bit of information away for further use later.
I'm fairly certain Archibald would want us to secure something like this.
Ah,
Many things.
Rarely.
I'm sure you all have heard this legend. As he goes over to another case. Isn't it beautiful? This is Snicker Snack
I'm
itself.
very familiar.
The sword that bites. The sword that can snap through anything.
Doesn't look that special.
It's supposed to not
Yes.
look that special. Made to look like a simple sword. But if you see it in the right light, you see him take his staff as he shines a bit of dark energy onto it, as it reveals itself spiraling into interconnecting draconic scales with palladium that is coming through each of the scales. That is its true form.
Staff that emits dark light. Worth knowing.
This is the only blade that can kill the Jabberwock dead.
Unable to regenerate. Dead.
Margol, I see what you did with that GIF, but also it looks very questionable with no context.
Yeah, it does. I get
Ah,
it.
look here. This is the staff of King Wart.
King Wart.
King Wart, one of King Topor's arch nemeses. This staff is said to make anyone that it is pointed at look not only different, but completely change their guise. King Wart, devious fellow.
Not so devious
Ooh.
as you, surely.
There, you flatter me too much. That I like this
Mock
staff.
let Kai outdo her.
I do.
No, mentally,
Wish.
I agree with you. He had a thing for you in the dining hall, so playing to that is probably a good thing.
Probably.
I wish to have this staff.
And we are mere soldiers. We are not capable of handling such fine artifacts, Your Majesty.
You can't, but I can.
Then who are we to stop you?
All that you need to do, as I am not able to, I'll make it worth your while. If you will take a few things for me here, I will pay you 2,000 pieces.
Pieces of.
He holds out a handful of your material plane gold currency.
We need to find it mentally. We need to find a way to get him out of here. This isn't going to end well.
No, it does not.
We need to get him out of here.
If you take it for me, I'll pay you very. All that you need to do is just break that glass, I'm sure.
Where was the item that was connected to Trollia that I might give her back possibly her blindness?
I don't think it's that.
It's not that.
No. It's just something connected
It's
to her
probably the
family.
nail. It's probably the nail.
Yeah.
I mean, if we took anything, that was going to be one of them.
Anywho,
There's one more thing in here that I have of great interest. Technically, two of them. This here, said to belong to one of the greatest warriors that ever lived. Something lost to time. You start looking in the glass as you see something that looks almost like technology that you've seen somewhere else.
Oh no.
Only
This
tech that I
is
know of was been on
said
Archie's ship.
to be
or his evil twin.
the heart of his most prized possession.
No. Stepping hard off the table here. They have a frickin' TARDIS heart sitting in the storage room.
Yep.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of stuff in this campaign, but we just fell over the side of believability. They do not have a TARDIS heart in the storage room.
They don't have a TARDIS heart. You're
Or
not hearing
whatever.
them correctly.
Okay.
Part of a war machine?
Sitting back down at the table then.
No. This belonged to someone who went by the name of Aeon.
We need to get him out of here now. Can you guys think of any kind of distraction? We need to get him out of here now.
I've heard tales.
Mick.
Oh,
How do you suppose he would
Um,
react to Krenko calling from the hallway?
I can also cast Shatter to make a really loud sound outside.
Seems very one-track minded at the moment, but suppose it's worth a
He
shot.
did. Ooh, or a Rasta. Not a Rasta. Lolth. Make it sound like her.
You all have never heard Lolth.
We've never technically heard
Yeah.
of
Yeah, there was only one person who did.
No, I have.
Oh, you had a conversation with
You
her.
did.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah, you did,
I
didn't
did.
you?
but I
She
don't know.
sounds like this. And I replay what her voice sounds like.
Psychic
That's a
tape
conversation I
recorder.
will never. That's a song
Justin.
I'm never gonna forget.
Get that psychic mixtape.
What's your
coming.
judgment on me doing that?
Hmm.
Is that going to be a deception check? Is what he's asking.
Yes,
No,
100%.
well, yes, but also, is that enough information for me to actually conceivably deceive, even with a good roll?
What do you think?
If that is the way that you're wanting to go about this, then
Moxie's artistic
Great
mind
answer.
thinks in sounds, so she's
No.
not gonna forget the voice of the former spider
Now-
goddess.
Oh, I'm not doubting that.
Now, hang on. Do we want to try and distract him, or do we want to try and
Remove him.
charm him into giving us time so he has deniability? He step out of the room while we take things, so if anyone gets caught, he doesn't get in trouble, and then we just do whatever we choose to do then.
He seems so very confident in the way that he's doing everything that it's not gonna matter. We're underlings. He can just snap our necks in 5 seconds. He's not gonna care. We've seen him do it.
He could claim we were trying to steal things and
He can do it. Yeah, our lives are technically in his hands unless we drop Cloak and drop him now, which I don't recommend for the first time
Very
ever in
tempting.
existence. It's very tempting to just grab the nail and the final nail in his coffin, proverbially. Nick, I think your throwing voice might be the best option we've got right this second.
All right. Hey, that's a 1. Re-rolling that.
Halfling luck.
I just want to hear what a 1 on a 1 on a 1
God.
sounds like.
All right, that's an 18 deception check.
you hear from the hallway.
Then
Darling, would you come here? We have so much to talk about.
That's
We could
uncomfortable.
even share that staff. If you will excuse me,
To
it
Thank-
would
leisure, your majesty.
appear as if I have something to take care of. As he takes his staff and pushes you all over to the wall. You see him get on his chair as he.
Rude.
So, I think we need to skedaddle into somewhere else.
We grab some of these
I
artifacts
think
on
we
the
need to
way.
get some of these things.
As you all
The nail
Uh,
specifically.
notice King Bungo
staff seems
leaving the
useful.
room, he steps on what is a pressure plate, and the wall
The fuck?
separates at the back, revealing this jade demonic head with horns and a mouth that is open. It looks
Why is
like
this?
I think we are going to have some fun with this. Okay.
Oh boy, what is this
What is
going to end
that?
up being?
Going to take a
Um,
moment to examine where he stepped on the floor to see what the switch plate looked like,
would this
so that I
be
can spot it later.
religion,
it,
history, investigation? What would this be?
oh, I mean,
Any number of
It's your
things?
boy.
it could be yeah, literally any number of things, but
So that'd be investigation.
Statue,
That's
yeah,
human head,
you
devil,
could choose.
goat.
14 investigation.
I shall
As
roll
you
as well.
look at it, you can tell that this head is reminiscent of an old story that was once told of these jade heads that were made almost in the guise of Baphomet.
So a
For those of you
specific.
playing at home, that is not Bahamut.
No, Baphomet is polar
Lord of
opposing.
Beasts.
Yeah. So I relay that in character.
So,
The
Hmm.
mouth of the jade statue is completely open.
Is it in an unique and interesting shape? As though
Is there
something
anything in
goes there?
it?
I mean, there's depth to it.
So it's not like a recess for something to slide into, like a key or a
not
button switch.
necessarily. There's just absolute blackness
Yay,
in there
vague
from what you
answers.
can tell. But
So-
it does have depth, so things can go in there.
Going to call this a religion check now that I know that it's Baphomet, and that's a 31.
To try and recognize the significance
To
of this particular
discern
bust.
what exactly? What are you wanting to know?
To discern its purpose and if there is any information scrawled around it, like tends to be on these kinds of things.
There is some infernal writing that is on there that states flesh by flesh within my mouth. I give to you what you wish.
I'm going to relay that.
Flesh.
This indicates sacrificial rites, if I'm not badly mistaken. I'm a little
That's
too
what it
familiar
sounds
with
like.
that.
What did it say again? One more time?
Flesh by flesh
Flesh.
within my mouth.
Flesh by flesh.
You give to me, you receive your wish.
He grants you a wish for giving him a flesh sacrifice, if I'm not badly mistaken. Infernal can be a little.
It almost sounds like you're supposed to put
dated.
your arms in its mouth.
That's what it sounds like.
I don't know that. Well,
While this discussion is happening, I'm going to look towards the door to Scabatha's chamber.
Mhm.
See what I can discern about that.
So the doorway, if you're opening the doorway that leads to the hallway that leads to Scabatha's room, it's just a simple way, and there's Scabatha's door, but you can see what looks like a glowing red energy around her doorway.
Yeah, we don't want to touch that door, probably.
Probably not.
counter spell would not work against that door, would it? Because it's not
Dispel
actively
magic.
doing. It would be dispel.
Anywho, do you want me to work on the door, or do you want me to mess with this thing?
I kind of want to know if they're connected, to be perfectly frank.
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily want to go tangling with Baphomet personally. We've already tangled with Asmodeus and Tree Razor and Lord knows who else.
I mean, it's a relief statue. It's most likely not actually to do with them, and it's just meant to be intimidating.
Fact
It
that
could
there's
be it could be a switch that requires you to just put your hands in there that open the door. I just want to know if they're connected magically. And if not, then I'm wrong.
then I guess I will be the one to
Be the guinea
roll up my
pig.
sleeve, and if I lose an arm, someone find a way to regenerate it,
No, 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 no,
please.
not stick your hands in there. Just sense if they are magically linked.
15
You guys have
Arcana.
tracked things by magic before, right?
Yes.
I can't be the only
You
one who remembers
cannot
that.
discern that they are connected. In
No
any
connection far as I know.
no
Fair enough.
connection.
So
They are
Mage Hand,
completely
Connection so it does
separate.
anything. Whether or not it does anything, I don't know that we want to find out.
Leon,
I'm casting Mage Hand, and Thing is going to go and travel inside and see what he can't find.
Inside the face?
Yes. It's going to see if there's a lever or something like that inside the mouth.
Fair?
as Thing goes inside, there's absolutely nothing. From
No.
what you can feel from the mage hand is that it's just nothingness on the inside of there.
There's nothing.
Like not even a place where something is missing, but an absolute lack of
There's just nothing. It's
substance.
It's like just touching air, but not.
But not even that, because there's none of
Yes.
that either.
Makes me think it's supposed to function when you put the right substance into it.
Well, let's see what it does. Leon starts
No.
to head over to it.
What I wonder is, can the hand come back out?
Oh,
The
we'll have
hand
to
is
figure that out
nothing
later.
but magical energy. It
Still
says
makes me wonder if it
flush.
can come back out or if it's trapped.
Can it?
Well,
Yes, it did.
Well, okay.
Means this thing's only going to recognize when you actually put your, foot in your mouth, so to speak.
all right then. Unless anyone has any better ideas.
Take a
Messing
look
with
around at the
demon relic?
artifacts, look for something else that might be used. Don't stick straight to sticking your operational hands into strange holes of nothing.
No, I was
I
going
mean-
to talk about dispelling the magic on the door, but
Oh.
I guess that works
Yeah,
too.
let's not go tangling with any more demon lords, please. I've seen enough.
Mainly because I don't know how long he's going to keep out there, and the longer we're in here, the more likely he's going to come back and ask us to proceed to break things that would most likely cause the sisters to come after us.
That's true.
Yeah, let's scuttle along, shall we?
First, can we check and see if there's anything magical keeping those artifacts?
In the
The
cases.
same thing to see if there's an alarm spell or anything like that.
I'll detect magic.
Absolutely, positively you can.
Fucking course there probably is. Though.
That's a
Ah.
22 Arcana. Are they all warded against theft?
They
Unlike most
are.
folk, I was asking the party.
They are absolutely warded against theft. We would be signing death warrants to just open them willy-nilly.
I think that was his kind of
Damn.
point. He was
But-
trying to get us killed.
Someone make another Arcana check.
Okay, I will make an Arcana check.
I got 20. 19 on
I got
die.
28.
Oh, Leon got a 28.
Leon,
Ooh.
you can tell that the energy that is connected to this possible alarm system might be in the library.
So it's connected to the library. We might be able to shut it off in the library.
Okay.
But you also
that away.
feel a
Library
similar
we
energy.
just sent someone to.
You also a certain similar energy from the basement.
Hmm.
Okay,
So we're gonna have to go down there to shut it off completely.
So in other words, we need to remove the power and the alarm system.
Well, that's not hopefully going to be too hard, but let's see what's in this room
Door number 2?
first. Yes.
Now, behind door number 2 is a hallway. Then we've got door number 3.
Yep, door number 3.
Well, I'm casting Dispel Magic on the aura around the door. That's the whole weird deep red death.
The
As
mask
the
of the
deep
red
red
death.
starts to dissipate, it is but a simple door now.
That
That's
seemed almost too easy.
Hey, we've done this how many times with the other doors? They're not often meant to just.
They're not
stay
meant to
this
keep
way.
things like us out. They're meant to keep curious, smaller things out.
So
They
things
don't
like
even-
us.
Like
Not to mention
us,
the sisters
technically.
already come back quite often to their own rooms.
I'm
Mhm.
teasing, I'm teasing.
So,
Have to
we
have a
should
laugh
probably
at some point in the middle of all this.
Who opens the door?
Leon, I guess, since he was the closest due to casting.
Would
Yep.
make sense, yeah.
Leon's getting
So
braver.
as you open the door, what do you all do?
Immediate
Step
perception.
Huh?
Observe.
Observe and then
Immediate
step inside.
perception, 21.
It's a room that is very similar to Indolin's from the look of it. It's a simple bedroom.
Is it empty? Of
It
people?
has about as much that was in Indolin's room, but there's nobody that's in it. You can
So-
see that what looks like patchwork dolls that are strewn about, and stuffing and pins and cushions and things of that nature that are all around. You even see a pin cushion that is about the size of Moral that is in the middle of the room.
I trust
that doesn't
nothing in
scream.
here.
A big pincushion.
Sweet chimney, this is
doesn't-
terrible.
Scream, I need to not be touched.
I trust none of the stuffed things and feel like they should be pinned immediately.
29 to discern what was drawing me to this room.
You
Nothing
feel
drew us to this room, as far as I know.
not much of anything that drew you to the room in particular, but you do feel a familiar source of memory that is here.
Where is it?
It seems like it is underneath the pincushion.
Is it a round pincushion?
It is a round pincushion.
I'm going to go and inspect this silly thing because if nothing else, I have hellish rebuke. If all else fails, I'll just explode the room and then we will run away in the commotion. Is there... Well, I'm gonna have to arcane check to see if there's any kind of magic on this thing that if I touch it, I'm gonna die. That's not very good. The 13. Is there any kind of magic on this silly pin cushion?
No.
Okay. I guess that's going to be a strength check to try and move this thing. It's just because it's a pincushion doesn't mean it's
Do I
not
see
heavy.
the rocking horse anywhere in here?
There is a rocking horse.
The same general size and paint of the one we already saw.
Correct.
I reach in, take out the horn. Leon. Horse. Go see if you can revive Thrantir.
Now?
We may not have another option, and I don't want it falling in the cauldron.
I'm going to reach out with my key to the rocking horse, the mind that I perceive to be there. Thrantir, is that you?
No response.
Someone stick the horn on the damn horse, please.
I'm not sure it's him anymore.
Well,
Might just be a replica.
Well, we don't have any choice but to try. I mean, his horn was removed to get him to this state, which means hopefully putting it back.
You know,
should
you
reverse
can
it.
reach it as well as the rest of us.
This moment that you all are at right now, with this rocking horse, it needs to be a group decision. If you believe this to be what you think it may or may not be, this needs to be of everyone's minds coming together and forming a base decision with everything that you have been given.
Do we have any reason?
Not just in this room. Think to many different sessions. Think big picture. Don't think just what is in front of you in this palace. This palace is an amalgam of your all's adventures within Prismere.
My immediate thought is, even if it is the body on there for that, they could be keeping something else separate from it, like they did when we were dealing with our situation earlier with our fallen compatriot.
Not to
Well,
mention, we still don't know if, no offense, but if the heart from the
yeah,
bat or
that's a significant thing. Is if this is Thrantir, then we lose the horn, which is the way that we know for sure to get Tasha back as Zybilna. If we aren't able to make the heart work,
it's
then
the
that's
only way.
yeah.
But we made this decision ages ago to do it this way.
No, we
Yes.
made the
We
decision that if
all
we could,
agreed to make this decision.
Yes. But we were looking for an alternative. We found an alternative. We don't know if the alternative will work.
In other words, we should try the alternative first, see if it works. If it doesn't, we need to use this.
Remember who told us about this alternative, though?
Oberon, and he said it was a maybe.
Someone else told us about it, too, I believe.
Well, Archibald said it might work.
We've been getting a
Sort of
lot of
thing.
mights, maybes, and possiblies.
The
Maybe
Yes,
only
and
surefire way to get an answer out of me in my games is by trying it.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to give anybody
Oh,
one way
no.
or the If you
We're
all
not, we're
want to
just
see if
talking.
something is going to work, we need to see if it's going to work. But
Exactly.
All I
If
know
not-
is his mind isn't here.
not right now, it's not. We also don't know how unicorn magic works.
That is
We
true.
have no clue.
Again, all I know for certain is his mind is not responding to me, and we don't know if the alternative will work.
so before you in this room, to reiterate, bedroom, tons of dolls, stuffing, a very large pincushion, you sense something is under it, and you also have the rocking horse. That appears to be the same rocking horse that Skabatha was riding on.
Last
begin
time we encountered her, her bedroom had a painting of her bedroom in front of it. We've been lied to in a place that she thought was secure. This is very likely something like that as well. Also, does the giant pincushion have giant pins?
It does.
Ooh.
I mean, Moxie, in her anger and frustration, just kind of reaches up underneath to try and grab whatever's under there. It's like, fine, I'll just reach up under this damn thing and find what it is that we've been looking for.
I mean, no
As
one's
you
even.
do that, the room around you, almost like pieces coming apart, transforms into a room that you all are now in, and you see Skabatha whoosh by you. You impetuous brat. How
Conversations,
dare
Moxie.
you think that this was going to work? As you see a young Aeon have I led you astray yet? Did I not help you get your child? As he sits upon her rocking horse, almost like a throne, owning the space that he is in. As you all see in a shadowy form right beside Skabatha, Indolin. You did not tell us that you were going to poison his wife.
Oh.
Ooh, bad blood.
As Bavlorna crawls down from the ceiling and drops onto the floor. There were so many things you left out of this plan. We gave you the dark spire. You have your way. Why are you still here? There is something that I do not possess yet. And Oberyn's wife deserved what I did to her.
Son of a bitch.
You will be able to use the poison I gave to her later. You can use her as a conduit to attract them. What the three of you hags do not understand is that I can see everything far better than you can. I'm playing three-dimensional chess while you are playing nothing. You're not even playing the game correctly. We trained you in your ways. And yet I was the one that told you about our Kentipot and how you would be able to get your son. I was the one that told you about the ones that were born under the red moon and how to get back to the point to see them. All that I desire is to have what is mine. Me forever. Uninterrupted by this world. He took it from me. Took him from me.
He's talking about Zethros.
I will get him back. Even if I have to become a god like him to do so. There is one thing that I know of that the three of you are keeping from me, and it is the book. You know the two that I want. We know of one, but its current whereabouts are with one of the children. One Morgul Opaltide has had an encounter with it.
Talking about the Necronomicon.
Yep.
I believe it speaks him. You could utilize that at some point, if you would like. Thank you. But do you know the book that I speak of? The Book of Ultimate Evil. Where is it? Can we use the Black Cauldron to get it? No. But we can get one thing from the Black Cauldron that will lead us to the hand of Vecna. If we use the tree raiser, he can help us get the hand. He was one of the progenitors to Vecna's demise when the demon lords and some of the devils decided to betray his power. So, what say you, Aeon? Will we... As the vision starts to fade away, and you all are in a room now, attic that is completely darkened and surrounded by what looks like stuffed dolls.
Well,
This is unpleasant.
don't blink.
Bunch of dolls, is it?
Wait, so we're back in the same room, or is this
No, we're
another
in an
vision?
attic.
18 perception. Is there anything that stands out up here?
Yes. There is a doll that has 4 candles around it that is laying on a small table behind 4 of these stuffed dolls that are staring at you all.
Or the things
And the dolls. Well,
down?
Of course they're dolls.
Who does the tiny doll look like?
Little Red.
and she was the only one that
Oh,
could be
you
found
bitches.
after
Oh, you
her house went up.
bitches.
Room full of dolls. Candles.
What do the 4 larger ones look like?
The 4 larger dolls, actually, you
Have
don't
no
really
appearance.
know. I mean, they have an appearance, but you don't know who these people are, really. They're clad in what looks like very regal royal clothing.
Something tells me that's
Does
part of the core.
I recognize them?
You do. Oh,
He said Kai, but
I
that
asked
works.
if Kai did, but if I know them, that's better.
you do. Kai doesn't.
Okay, so who do they look like to me?
They actually look like the leaders. Not the leaders. One of them looks like a pirate lord that you used to know,
Ah,
while the other three look like some of the head members of the Pirates Guild.
Well, that's unfortunate.
What is?
These look like... Well, one of them looks like one of the pirate lords I used to know. Others look like higher ranked members of the Pirates Guild.
I'm gonna try and touch the mind of Little Red. Anybody home?
Who's there?
Red? Is that you?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Am I here? Where am I?
I'll reach down and gently pick up the doll. Hello?
You might be a doll.
As you pick up the doll, the candles blow out.
That can't be good.
Indeed.
I think
As
our
the candles blow out, within the darkness, you all hear.
That's a doll.
Light? Anyone? Someone?
Does
I think
anybody have dark vision?
that would be me.
As you're seeing and
Leon,
hearing
can you
this,
dancing lights?
No.
I can. I'll do it.
I mean, I could technically do it.
So it's just a mannequin or a dressmaker's doll moving around?
you see flesh coming out of the stuffing as it starts taking its arm and starts waving it like a flail.
Well,
Yeah. That's not a good thing.
No, it is not.
What do you all do?
Well, we pretty much have two options. We take it or we fight, right? Or am I misreading the room?
There are
Light the
a great
candles?
multitude of options to anything that I give you. What you do with it is what you do with it.
I can do inflict wounds and just make it fall apart.
Relight the candles?
I can also relight the candles. I have a tinderbox.
Oh, I have a tinderbox. I thought there was like some sort of spell you could just whoosh faster.
Does any of us have prestidigitation?
I do. That's why
Then, boom!
Yeah.
Boom shakalaka.
I can cast it. Let's see here. How many times?
Is it not a cantrip?
It's
It
a cantrip.
is.
You can cast it 3 times at once and keep it active. Someone else is gonna have to keep up the 4th candle.
Well,
I
mean,
thought
three
you
feet-
didn't. Wait. Candles don't need to be kept up.
We don't know
Spell.
if it's going to be permanent as soon as I light it.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried
We only
about.
need it to hold until we leave.
As you all, is that what?
I'm relighting the candles I can.
As you relight the candles, you see the dolls stop moving.
So we want to keep the lights on.
Got it.
Take your eyes off of them for a moment.
You
I
then
feel
see-
this overwhelming need to remind everyone not to blink.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I will go and take my tinderbox and light the 4th candle, and then I'll just kind of pass the fire along to the other 3 so he can let go of the spell.
You see, as you do that there's a spot on the other side of the room that starts to illuminate, and there's a doorway.
Was
That
that
would be
always
our
there?
exit. No,
Tally
it was
ho!
not.
Let's go see.
What about what we came here for?
I reached up under there and this happened.
I think
Right, are
this
we
was
not
a
still in the
trap.
same room? Have we moved?
No,
We-
you are
No,
in
we
a
are
room
not
that
in.
looks like an attic.
I mean, unless there's a window,
Like
I
I
don't
was
think we
saying,
can
it was a
confirm.
dark attic-looking room with these dolls.
I
But
missed
now
that
you
part. So
have,
we're
yeah.
still probably in a memory with a trap and stuff. Alternate dimension thingy.
Yep. So we're
Yep.
gonna need to try this door because I don't
Yep.
think we see another one. So
Do we take Red with us?
Well,
you
I mean,
see
we
her
already
kind
got
of
her.
you see Moxie just possessively holding on to Little Red.
Well, okay. I guess that answers that.
And yeah, death unto anyone that tries to forcibly take Little Red right
Oh, I
now.
wouldn't dare.
You'd lose a hand.
No, I mean, we already went through the trouble of activating whatever that was.
Yep.
No need to
Alright,
be on
to the
for a
door.
fit about it.
As you all head to the door, do you open the door?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
As you open the door, you're back in the original room. You notice that there is a stuffed doll that is holding its chest open like this, that almost like a doorway that you've come out of as you look behind you.
Is it just me?
Very
Not
disturbing.
unsettling.
Is it just me, or do these witches seem to have an almost perverse obsession
With dolls.
playing with minds? Like, even their own minds, presumably, because they have to go into the rooms at some point, right?
Scabathon Vav Lorna plot against Indolin in her own room.
I don't see why they wouldn't do the same to others.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So,
Now we know from
supposing
here.
this was...
Moxie, you notice as you all leave that room that the doll for you has changed. The doll that is in your grasp
Little Red.
right now. The little red doll.
Is it no longer Little Red?
It looks like it has a maid outfit on.
Oh! She's
Wait,
the maid.
is it the
One that's
same
been-
outfit as the untouched one?
Yep. That's what I'm
Yeah, she
guessing.
ain't untouched anymore.
It looks similar, yes.
Yep. Hey, you Red.
That's a 24 charisma check. Is it in fact the same one?
I'll be
Yes.
right back, guys.
Confirmed. My my emote radar does not lie.
This also
So-
feels like we've moved through time somehow. Also, is the giant pincushion still in this version of the room?
It is, but there are 2 pins that are missing.
Is there anything written on the
Odd.
pins?
The ones that are missing?
No,
Yes.
on the ones that are still there. Is there
Okay,
anything
I'll take a closer look and see what it says.
Okay.
One of the way that the pins are positioned, you can almost read what looks like a message if you piece the words together, and it says, "What do you want?"
Vague and unhelpful. Okay.
But we lost. No, it's not unhelpful. If you think about it, that's a question we get asked all the time. What do we want? And there's so many things we want because life threw us our destinies on a bloody red platter.
Didn't...
What do we want that would show up here? That would be here in this room, that would be relevant now to this ridiculous oversized pincushion.
This seems similar to Indolin when she gave us that future.
Sounds
vision.
like you're asking about our abilities. But to be frank, at the moment, what I want more than anything else is to protect as much life as possible, regardless of what it takes to do that.
So this message is asking, what do you want?
On a whim, and with that in mind, I'm going to gently pull on one of the pins.
The message is on the pins change. It says, look to your left.
I look to my
I
left.
look to my right, and just
Nick, you did
from
what?
there to my right, and from there just gaze around.
As you look to your right, one of the pins off the pin cushion disappears, and you all see that Micknick is no longer in the room either.
Well then. Excuse me.
We seem to be in a strange game of Simon Says at the moment.
Why did you have to look to the right?
Micknick, you, right now, are back in the attic.
Shit.
Light.
Light the candles.
Yes, I'm trying to find my fire-based.
Are you not carrying a tinderbox?
Actually, yeah, I am. I light the candles. Every single candle.
As you do, the door shows back up to you, and you see words that come across the doorway. Follow the rules, please.
It means
You
we're trying to be
got
observant.
You got off easy.
Yeah,
If it
well,
had been Leon, he might have lost a limb or two.
I don't know about that, but I certainly
I mean,
didn't
there's
want to
one
be
I'm
caught.
sure he'd be fine with losing.
I
Ha ha.
The nubbins! The nubbins!
Yes, we know.
Ha.
I did not want to be caught off guard with something swinging from the right as we looked left.
Micknick, what do you do?
I rejoined the party.
As you start to open the door, behind you, you feel a cold grasp on your shoulder. As you hear a voice say, "There is this castle. There is one in this castle who lies. They should not be here. You're not trapped. Be careful of the one who crawls.
Careful of
The crawling one. The crawling one cometh."
You gonna relay that when you get back?
Oh, I relay it. I relay it in every bloody detail.
Tidings of red abound. Tidings of red abound. As it releases its grip.
Well, that...
Guys, you're not gonna fucking believe this.
Oh boy, what now? Other than
I
you giving us all hard times.
relay the entire thing from moment of disappearing to returning.
As you all looked over to the left, you see what looks like a toy box.
Is there anything written on the toy box?
Nope. It just has one of those.
Back in the box. I know those.
Didn't we have
Great
seen one of
kids'
those at her
toys.
house?
Look at the pincushion for directions.
I believe the pin cushion already gave its direction.
Well, it told us to look left, and then we looked left. And then you vanished. Now you're back.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
right.
As you
directions
look
change.
at the pin cushions, it says, if you take what's in the box, you'll be gifted what was lost.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Oh,
That it does, which is all the more reason to prepare ourselves for something awful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to open it. I'm going to put a hand over Moxie's hand because I see her winding it already, and I'm going to help her.
I mean, she's doing it gently because she doesn't want to break it.
Well, yes, and I'm helping because I want to be part of it.
As it boing out of the box springs forth a little doll that holds what look like two glowing orbs as they slam right back into Kai and Miknik. Not
Miknik already
Miknik,
got his.
Leon. Leon, sorry. Kai and Leon.
Well,
Oh,
can read again. Oh, good lord, my writing is horrible.
that's what was missing.
Why
Well,
did you guys let me write when I could not read?
because it helped you feel better, and I wasn't going to be that bitch.
But this looks like a
I was also
newborn.
proud of you for trying.
I thought you did rather well, all things considered.
indeed.
You understood what you wrote, though. I
Not
wonder if you
really.
will. I wonder if you will now.
It's basically
So-
pictograms, but
What do you do?
must be one
I
to
look
search
at the
for the
pincushion
clue.
one last time, see if there's anything else that it says.
It says, "You're welcome," from a friend.
Thank you.
I gently pat the actual cushion part. Thank you. All right, let's
As
get
the
out of here.
pincushion starts to dissipate,
Wait
You
a
all-
minute.
feel the room start to
Oh dear, what is this? What is this?
We should perhaps leave.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Very
as you see the ceiling start lining with spikes.
Yes, out.
Yep, it's
Out.
time to be in the going.
Out.
Yeah, the
Time to be getting in the gone.
go.
Yes,
As
the
you
going and the
all
quick and the hustle.
start heading out of the door, the ceiling slams down
I'm glad
as
I'm
you close
short.
the door.
Ooh, what a lovely delay on that trap. I do appreciate the design.
It's about as good as that Jack in the Box.
Do we
They
pause?
they
No, we
get
can't.
an
We
A
can't sit down.
plus for dramatic timing.
You
the basement.
notice on the floor a writing that says, "You're welcome."
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Who
Now,
is doing that?
I don't know, but I don't want to ask right now because we are in the wrong place. We need to get further down very quickly.
You might want to hide red as we travel through.
Squeeze. Back.
So, are you all going to? I'm assuming that you're going to the elevator room, or are you staying here in the stuff?
Are we messing with the wall thing, or are we going out?
Or are
don't
we taking
know.
some stuff?
I don't know if we
Let's set
should
the alarm.
because the
I really
alarm
want to take some stuff, but
Yeah.
the alarm is in the basement.
I mean, you took stuff willy-nilly in the Beholder's Den with no thought of consequences.
that is very true.
It's true.
Yeah,
Touche.
but this is also
Why are you the one
a
tempting
castle full.
me?
Because I'm tempting you out of character.
Yeah, because in character you'd be trying to smack my hand, being like, "No!" The
No
nail.
touch.
What else is in the room other than what his lordship was talking about?
Other than that, you cannot see anything.
I can't see anything. The fact that I can't see anything means that it's magical darkness.
You didn't say anything about darkness, just that you don't see anything else.
even with 24 perception?
Yeah, you still just see what I described.
I'm curious, could we use the
Hmm.
wall thing to go and pull out the things from the cases? I don't see a way for them to be pulled out normally.
Use the wall things to pull things out of the cases?
What are you talking about?
Well,
He's meaning the demonic
yeah,
looking
the statue
wall
thing.
statue, the jade statue.
It's odd that it's placed in this room of stuff that's all encased in glass and has triple arms on it if you break the glass.
Hmm.
How are they getting it out? Or putting things in it, for that matter?
Well, it may be enchanted to allow them to do it without interrupting the spell.
True, but practicality says.
Do you want to go stick your hand in the demon mouth?
Well, I
Practicality
have a
says
I mean,
check.
it's getting very tempting the more we keep on talking about it.
Okay.
Practicality says there's two places that this is linked to, and it would behoove us to check them first to make sure no one's going to lose a limb.
Mhm.
True.
I can learn a spell to do that. To regenerate lost limbs. I can learn that. Does give
But
someone a bad handicap in the meantime, though.
in the meantime, how about we go and investigate the library, I guess?
The library?
Yes, the library.
But there's 2 wolves in there.
Well, there were two wolves in there. We don't know if they stuck around. And that aside, there's two ways down to the basement long before we reach the library.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we go to the basement then?
To the stairs we shall go, and the room of intense emotion.
The stairs?
Yes,
the
the
elevator?
stairs. The elevator goes through the torture chamber. I don't think anybody here wants to do that.
I never once said it was a torture chamber.
Oh, it was the iniquities thing you said.
That's why I keep saying oubliette. It's a place where you put people to forget about them.
People that should be forgotten and prisoners.
Prisoners up, forgotten people down.
Curious who's been forgotten by the court here. Would
The
it be
false
the
court.
original?
Could.
Could be the original court.
Didn't
We'll never know
McNick
if we
say
don't go.
something? Didn't
Well,
McNick
there's
say
Sealy
something?
and unsealy, so.
Well, McNick, didn't you say something to us about hearing
One who crawls.
that? Yeah, there's that one who can't be trusted. Someone claims to be imprisoned here and is not.
They
So far, only
crawl,
one
and they
person
are
has claimed to be
coming.
a prisoner here, and that is the owl, though I did not witness it crawl.
Well, we're about to go into the area where they keep prisoners, so we're going to have to start discerning that very, very quickly.
We're talking in circles. Which way do we go?
Yes, we
I
are.
vote down.
I say down.
we're going down either way. It's just a matter of which way do we prefer to go. Stairs
I
or
think we're going to
elevator.
gain more information through the
Well, by
elevator.
saying it that way, I meant to indicate that I have no preference, so it's up to you four.
We may as well take the elevator. Don't see any problem with us sticking into a little iron box and going down a tight, packed tunnel. No
Stop
possible problems
sarcasm.
with that. He's learning.
I'm proud of you, Mogul.
Let's take the lift. I'd much rather
All
go
right.
for the emotional trauma, but that's me personally.
I mean,
As
I've
you
only
all-
heard Morgal and Leon say something.
Start.
Or Morgal and...
Is that
nah,
what
never
we
mind.
are choosing? We're choosing the
Yeah.
elevator?
I suppose we're choosing the elevator.
You
Nick,
suppose?
you don't seem
You
on
s-
board with that. So please voice your opinion.
No, I think the elevator's probably best. I'm just dealing with a lot of gas, so I'm...
Did you say gas?
That's gonna be
Yeah.
unfortunate in the elevator. No,
And
I'm
and then he
kidding.
made a gesture and a movement that
no.
suggested it was carrying him away.
No, just very, very uncomfortable.
Sorry.
So
Like,
I'm
seriously,
not engaging
you-
properly.
You pushed
I
yourself
am
up in
so
the chair and
sorry.
waggled your head, and it was like it's just
You about to
blowing
take
you up
off?
like a balloon.
Hey,
Woo.
dude.
All right. So, as you all start heading down the elevator, as the dank smell starts to fill your nostrils, you also get the smell of rot that starts to seep into your senses as the
I must
elevator
admit,
I wonder if
opens.
Hex would be down here.
No.
at the moment we entered the elevator, I had a sudden change of heart.
You would have rather dealt with the emotional trauma and taken the stairs.
Still would have been outvoted.
You see that there are a few different cells.
Hmm.
Well, I will cautiously walk forward and peer into the cells.
I'm going to keep my distance and also observe the cells with a 23, and unless there's magical darkness, I still see clearly.
I'm keeping at least
I
10 feet
can
away
see
from the bars, but
clearly now.
also
Perception
looking
13.
23.
May as well.
As you start to peer
Oh,
into
no.
one of the cells, you all see a familiar face that looks like the barkeep from
Oh,
the
no.
first bar that you ever went to.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
whatever his name is, starts with a T. So bad with names.
I don't know this guy.
The jail cell that is next to that one,
He's a Minotaur.
you can actually see
Thought it was an orc.
what appears to be this lanky individual that has elongated arms, pointed ears, and is dressed very finely. The
Hmm.
next cell over, you see a small goblinoid that's clad in jewelry.
Krenko?
The next cell that you see looks like a horse.
Just a horse.
An emaciated horse
I
that
wonder.
has a hole in its
In its
head.
head.
Threntir, is that you?
Who's there?
Friends.
I remember seeing the stable keeps that helped my wife when she was about to give birth, weren't you? As you? No. Maybe
To the best of my knowledge, we haven't met.
you, you were the ones that gave me the news that my wife lost the baby. Weren't you?
Orko looks at his hammer. Does this sound familiar to you?
Does what sound
He's talking to his spirit guide. He pulled his hammer out and he's like,
Oh,
"Does this sound familiar to
He's
you?"
talking to his hammer.
Yeah, Don, what do you think on this? Because I have no idea what he's talking about.
yes. It does.
Ah, explains that. Okay.
That's why. We have something that belongs to you.
You see the horse look up at you all as you see its eyes glazed over with white as it is emaciated and looks on death's bed as you see its head caved in on one point toward the front.
Alright, done.
Now or never. It's now or never. We've got to make a decision.
We do it.
What have you told me the story? You were the ones that said that there would be.
Stick it to his head. The horn. It has to work. It has to work.
Roll a d20.
Cast a healing spell.
Hey,
Okay.
I'm on 20. God.
Anyone know mending?
I have mend, but that's not the same.
Wouldn't quite work this
Please
way,
be.
no.
I do have mending.
That's a 12 on dice.
As you start to put the
I
horn in
use
there, it doesn't
mending as it
do
does as doing.
anything. Nothing.
It has to work. This has to work.
25 medicine check to see if I can glean anything.
You know what? I'm going to help Moxie pet the horn on the back of his head
At
and
the front.
put my will toward it to give you advantage on your roll.
And I'll be helping Miknik with the medicine check as I also have proficiency.
Advantage!
All right.
We're all just kind of keeping an
Morgal,
eye
what
on the other prisoners as this is going on. He's cautious.
There's another prisoner to the back of you, Morgal, that is.
So if I'm doing a reroll, that was a 9.
Ah, worse. Should I roll
You
for
would've
it?
still gone with the 12. Gives you
Yeah.
advantage.
As you all are discerning medicine, you see that there is this green energy that is flowing through him.
Tree razor.
So he needs to be
Yeah.
cleansed by his wife first, and then...
We can't bring her here.
Well, not now.
He won't survive.
Oh, he might not survive whenever we rend whatever tree razor's hold on him would be.
A book.
Book?
You read me a book.
Which book?
They were twins. Books.
Leon?
Mm-hmm. Dawn? What do you know? What, do you know
Elenon.
anything?
We have a dying unicorn. This needs to be fixed now.
The twin books. The Book of
Lord
Ultimate.
Toyn, do you remember anything?
I believe that he is speaking about Moxie and Leon's books. Those books once contained a poem that was able to help in circumstances like whether or not that poem is in there. I believe that Leon might have to read. and
Can't
see if
now.
it
Now he can.
hits.
Oh, isn't this fortunate that we chose this order of ways to go about this?
And
Do
they
you
almost stuck
remember
at
what
page
was it
3.
about? I'm trying to talk all
particular-
soothingly to the unicorn.
A poem about a father and his son.
Nab, keyword search. Go.
Yeah. You know how many pages there are on this thing?
That's why I got keywords. You can just flip through, scanning for it. A
The
story about
boy
father, son.
was with his father, getting water from a well.
Sounds like. Why does it sound familiar?
His father fell, and the boy went in after a tale of a son, true love, to save his father. I remember that story. Do you know it?
Leon, roll a
nodding for that.
d20.
Let's see here. Do I add any modifiers?
I
No.
hereby dub thee Google.
Then that is just an 8.
I hereby dub thee AskJeeves.com.
Oh God, no! More of a Bing than an Ask Jeeves. That's
Fine.
As-
Bing.
Leon is looking through. The words are starting to piece themselves together,
I
almost
bless
like letters
Leon.
that are starting to form back.
Hey, you just get your sight back on me and tap the gun. Just start all over again.
Elenon, do you know what he's talking about?
I don't even know what you said.
Yes, I do.
Would it be here? Or would it be in that book?
It's in Leon's book. I just think that he can't read it yet. But it is there. It was a poem, a dual poem, to my own. My poem reads that the father saved his son from the
Two sides
Moxie,
of one story?
Moxie rolls
two
up her
sides of
sleeve
one story, yes.
and
Two
rubs her
sides
hands
of the
together.
same coin. Two possibilities that can happen.
She rears back and gives him probably the biggest smack across the head with inspiration attached to it. It's almost like her hand glows for a nanosecond and snap out of it.
With the most profound aura of careful self-control you can feel coming from Kai, he says, Moxie, I know you mean well, but violence is not always the answer.
I'm not computer.
As Moxie's hand smacks across, I rolled a d20. And I got a 20 on that roll. Leon, you can read.
I was like, that can either
I
go
caught the
perfectly
last
or
word of that.
imperfectly.
You
He
also
said you
have
can
all-
read.
Leon, your eyes start to focus in as words and sentences start to make sense to you again, and you see that the poem is in your book right now. It is on that page.
Still in the
Yeah, we'll
carefully
read it.
controlled composure, knowing full well Moxie is staring at me gloatingly. I don't
We'll
retreat,
read it aloud.
but I do not say anything.
As Leon starts to read it, you all see the spot on the horse's head start to come together as if it's waiting for something.
Leon,
Now,
make
the
a
horn.
Together.
Yes.
Yep. Bing.
Press it in.
Yep.
As it does, the skin starts to wrap back around it as you see the green energy go to the tip of the horn as it gets snuffed out like a candle.
Do you need
Still
to read your opposite end of the column?
Emaciated, the horse looks up and you can see that its eyes are still glazed over with white.
I
But
cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on it.
Does that cure blindness?
I don't know,
No, it also
but
doesn't cure hunger.
it does not. But He
Still
appreciates the effort.
emaciated.
Can you cast make food or something?
Maybe I can do something.
Create food and
Please.
water,
Table.
absolutely.
Do the second part of the poem.
All right, I will read the second part of the poem.
As you do, you see that his mind starts to come to. "Oh, you are not people I remember,
I mean, not
No,
exactly.
but they're
no.
here.
We know
but
them.
you are there, aren't you?
Does he
Mhm.
still seem blinded?
Yes.
Lesser restoration.
Okay.
All right.
Ding!
Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
He's no longer blind.
You all see Morgul just go over to him and
Just kind of touch him on the forehead and it's like, you good.
he just
A reset button.
boops him right here, and you see his eyes.
This can't actually happen because I don't believe this character exists in the canon of the game world. But I would imagine at this point, Kai would jump back and say, "Jesus Christ, Morgul!"
Yeah, no, that character does not exist. But
I do think it was a joke worth sharing, though.
but you could use
I'm just saying that's what Morgul did.
Perforos.
Lazarus, Morgul.
Oberon's non-existent beard Morgul.
What?
Nah.
Morgul looks like it's like just nothing. He's like, what? You never asked if I could do it.
No, but we also never expected you to either.
Water.
Yup.
Create food and water right in front of him.
He just starts delving into it as
All
he looks up
vegetables.
at you all.
Please. Who are you?
We're friends of Zybilna.
We are the Crimson Warriors.
We are a part of the Knights of the Summer Court under Oberon.
We have a lot of
We-
titles.
We are
We do.
on your side against the Hourglass Coven.
And we're also very fond of your wife. She's a very lovely individual.
She misses you.
Well, I appreciate it. And thank you. Bringing my sight back to me, and also my horn. I thank you. My being itself was seemingly trapped somewhere else that I cannot describe. But I do think. Where am I?
You are in the dungeon in the Palace of Heart's Desires.
Yes. And the only way for you to get out, I know.
Who said that?
Who's that giggling old man?
Oh, nobody in particular.
As you all look into a cell behind you.
Oh, nobody in particular, but what I will tell you is that I know exactly what you all need to do. From here, at least. Maybe. Not
We're
too
very
sure.
familiar. We're very familiar with other such individuals as yourself.
Boglin? Hog?
Yes, they're called Boglins, I
Bogabones.
think. Yeah, Bogabones and Blobkin.
Well, I
Hoggle.
doubt that you've ever heard of me.
Hoggle. You're doing Hoggle's voice.
Yes, maybe. Just a little bit. But but I think it fits very well with this
Yeah.
character.
It does, and it fit with all the other ones you did it with too.
I did
Na-
not do the same voice with the other ones, but I appreciate the
The mannerism.
similarity.
The mannerism.
Yes,
Are
Mm.
horrible.
sure. Anywho, I
Where
doubt
were
that
we?
you've ever heard of me before.
Might
I
have.
think I've been lost to the annals of time.
And what's your name?
Didn't someone say something about Crawler?
Wart.
Ah.
It's a good name. Very
Wart.
feels
Ugh.
appropriate somehow.
You. I recognize who you are now.
What? Is it good? I don't know if
You.
it's good.
You are the enemy of Topor, who is upstairs.
Wait,
How
he's
did I
here?
miss that?
Yep.
Well, ow.
Your staff is
Wow.
also here.
Wait, it is?
Right upstairs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Guarded, we think.
But we're working on a way to
Those
circumvent
witches
that.
tried to get that staff for horrible reasons. But I I rule over a place where everybody is accepted. When people come into my land and they want to be to look differently, maybe they have a deformity or something kind of like myself.
You are
I'm not sure what he's talking about.
the same
I
as any other.
appreciate that. You're a very nice person.
I was going to say you're as any other of your kind that I've ever seen. You don't look different.
My warts.
So
Oh, here I was thinking it might have been one of your horns was a slightly different size, and I just couldn't tell.
so you
No.
have warts. So what? Lots of people get them.
I have one rather nasty one on the back of my heel.
Ow.
No,
Well-
I'd rather not see.
That's why I'm barefoot most of the time.
I
Ugh.
accept all walks of life into my kingdom, and I would use my scepter to heal anybody's deformities into something else that they wanted. I would gladly accept you all into my kingdom, by the way.
That's very sweet of you. We
I
also
give-
naturally do not look like this. We are under a spell ourselves.
I give Leon a gentle nudge and glance towards his backside.
Oh,
That? Well, I would love to have a tail like that. Honestly, look at mine.
yours is rather nice.
Thank you. But I could fix that with a wave of my wand if I had it.
Well,
Thank you.
we do seem to be on a little bit of a prison break here. Don't it. Does seem
It
like
do
we're
se-
under
I said something about
That is what it
prison
seemed
break.
like that do be.
something.
Done it?
Words.
People don't say it be like it was, but it do.
Yeah.
As all of that being said, the
Ha! I broke his
Final-
English too.
prison cell that is towards the back, which appears to be a tank.
Enough with your niceties.
And who might this be?
Why does that sound so very familiar and so very unpleasant?
The tank, there's a presence that starts to come forward as you see chains that start grabbing it and holding it back as it starts to retreat itself.
I remember.
A little audio cut off there. Over to you.
Lost just a little bit. I remember.
I remember you.
Well,
You
thanks.
were but children.
You were at the carnival.
I amazing secrets.
Its full form starts to come into visage as you realize that this is the Cibriex.
Oh.
So,
We are going to need to get you back to your home as quickly as possible.
And why would I do that?
You want to be here.
You prefer being here.
No. I prefer to be free.
Ah, yes, I remember now. You wander in projection form to gain your knowledge.
My mind exists in many pieces.
But isn't that only from the abyss that that is the case? Or is that not right?
I have this power here, there, anywhere. Release me from my chains, and I will help you. As you see,
I got a little bit of cutout. Was that an as you see fit that just happened?
yes,
Cool.
Well, shall we commence? I know it's not exactly a pleasant experience, but I don't like seeing things chained.
I do know that they should not have a Cibriex. I'm not
Yeah.
keen of the idea of returning him to his former life of bondage either. I'm fine with this.
All right. Well, that was a total of 16 on Dice Arcana.
are
23.
you sure that you to do that?
with what on this one?
Why is it
I
bad
mean,
idea?
well,
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 it is a
Cibriex exists in the
Cibriac.
abyss.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
only
that's-
reason that I would say, I don't know, maybe think about this. Is it possible that he could have changed? Maybe. Maybe.
Considering
Maybe
that
there's
it
a
I don't
reason
was
know.
he's down here instead of
the
But
inventory.
cinder flame gave this Cibriex to the witches.
True.
And he's down here with the likes of.
you
them.
may want to ask him some questions. I don't know. That'd be me. I'd ask things.
That is a good
Somebody
idea.
that knows a vast amount of the universe. I'd probably be asking the guy some stuff. But that's just me.
I
So
mean, it's a very good point. Wish I'd thought of
Who
those.
am I?
you're-
But a
You're what?
lost king. One that was taken from his realm so long ago.
Morgal, do you want to break him out and be his buddy for a minute while we try and figure out what's going on with Lord Cibriex?
May as well. All right, little guy. 1 sec.
That face! That face!
Meanwhile, I approach the Cibriex. Why would they chain you down here? Did you outlive
Why
or
would someone chain a god?
Power.
to make use of your power? Whether you like it or not.
Why do people chain books
Knowledge.
into a library?
Reading is
Greed.
knowledge. Knowledge is power.
Which breeds greed.
Power is intoxicating.
Then you have your answer.
And clearly you don't like being here.
He also does not apparently. They also apparently do not enjoy speaking plainly.
Well, that's nature.
Hmm.
That's strictly in their nature. That's not something we can help.
Will.
Will we be in harm's way if we free you?
This is going to probably need to be discussed as a.
I was going to ask whether the heart thing would work.
That is also very true.
But you
How to get.
also, all as a group, can decide if you wish to ask questions. It's not every day you are in front of a Sibriex
Oh, I
that
thought we were just asking
is,
questions already.
Mm-hmm.
chained up, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to get hold of them. It's like trying to find an oracle that you will trust their wisdom.
So yes, I want to ask them if the heart of.
Naphion.
Thank you. Will actually work for the purposes we're attempting.
What is your desire?
To revive Zybilna as she was.
The heart will only work when given to the cauldron that is black. And the cauldron that is black has turned to gold.
Turn to gold.
How would we resolve that?
The cauldron has two sides.
Two sides of the story.
Yes. The cauldron black, if given good, will return as it should.
What happens if you use it while it's gold?
In its golden form, it will produce miracles. In its cauldron black, it will perform atrocities. What else ask you?
I just want to point out that this means sacrificing Naphion's heart would be considered an atrocity.
Oh.
So, not sure how I feel about that.
No, but we need Zybilna back. We can't think about that.
Yes.
Um,
Are you the one that crawls?
No.
can you tell us who is?
The one who crawls.
I need to actually roll a d20 on this.
I just wanted to make sure.
Who crawls is disguised
In this world.
the one who crawls cannot be seen, fathomed. They crawled here out of a crack.
Talking
Over
about
the table, that
void
sounds like
spawn
Hex.
or a void spawn
Does
through a
lean
crack.
toward void spawn.
The
Parasite!
one who
Symbiote.
crawls is a lord of themselves. Something old. Something great. One might call them great, old one.
There it is.
That we're a little too familiar with.
Yep, and it's not visible.
You are not familiar with this one.
Probably not.
This one that crawls has been with you since the beginning. From your time, they have watched you, been with you, been held by you.
Osper.
The one you speak of, this Mosper, I'm afraid, is lost.
So, not Mosper. Perhaps derived from void twists
We're told.
things.
No, we're told we've held this one. It can't be Hex. Hex is infernal,
No.
which is different.
It can't be.
What?
Morgul
We-
slowly turns to Leon.
What?
We hold the books, we
I'm
hold the
implying.
artifacts.
You hold Roderick.
Excuse me?
Yes. You're going to have a problem if you
it's-
think it go and
It was a wild speculation.
Well, now, just wait a moment there, Mr. Morgul. Are you insinuating that I am this thing that crawls?
Well, I
No.
mean, I'm just trying to think.
Can you
Think
tell us?
of other things that we have or might be holding in that case. Thank you.
Oh, I'm thinking
Because
of
I can
something that
most
came out of
promise you
Shimmerberry.
that I am not. What are you're insinuating? I'm a very small fairy dragon. I have a mother and a father, and they're dead, but that is not the point.
All of these things are something mimicking someone we care about would say. You were taken from Shimmerberry so many years ago, but you still seem exactly the same.
Except that's not the
weren't you
case.
injured?
He wasn't taken out of Shimmerberry. That's the entire problem. He wasn't taken from Shimmerberry. He and Leon came here as a pair. Do you remember?
Yes, they
Leon
were
came
Yes.
falling out of the
taken by the
sky.
witches.
Well, now, hang on just one moment. If I can tell that this is becoming a hairy situation with all you. Let's think a moment. What are we holding? What is any of us holding? What is everybody holding?
Coins. Certain special coins have been with us this entire time.
Not on me.
Nor I.
I got
Not
the.
on
Moxie,
me.
Moxie takes off her pack and sets it on the
Excuse
floor.
me, Mr. Sibriex.
You see that Roderick comes out of ascot form, and you see him on his tiny little legs over to the Sibriex.
Please tell me, uh, this individual that you speak of, that has been with them since the beginning, in what fashion do you mean beginning? Are you insinuating since the beginning of their journey together, or since the beginning of them learning what they are at the beginning of the transgressions of the way that the Hourglass Coven started to mess with their lives?
That is a valid point.
From beginning. Of the carnival.
Well timed sound effect, that.
Jesus. Yeah.
Mhm.
From the beginning of the
When
carnival.
they were children, this person was with them.
When we were children?
Wait.
Archie was there.
They watched in enjoyment.
Red was there.
Watched in enjoyment at what exactly?
At the memory of the carnival, Red was there in the stands with popcorn.
Yes.
In the memory that we saw, we assume she just hitched a ride, but does that make sense?
Moxie very quickly takes the doll and puts it in an empty cell. Something doesn't
Ah.
feel right.
Well, maybe we should ask. This
I
wouldn't
don't.
happen to be that which you speak of, would it?
Unsure.
Well,
That's not comforting.
That is not comforting, which is why I put it in a cell and locked the cell.
That's a yes.
I do not know the fairy dragon. Whatever that is. The tiny, weird creature in the cell. 5 horns.
Swart.
Any
That is
of
King
them
Wart.
could be. You need to search in your mind and your hearts. From what you remember and can discern to make this decision.
Comes to that again.
I decide on a charisma check to see if there's anyone that feels familiar in that sense from that time period, and that's a 19.
This is something you all are going to have to decide This is something that you're going to have to. Is it Red? Is it Roderick?
I'm pretty sure it's
Who-
not Roderick at this point.
Is it?
Morgall kind of pointed it out because it was
Could
the
it
only
be-
person he could think of, but
Could it be a family member? Could it be? It could be. But
Been with-
are there certain things that have stood out from the story thus far that I have told you that lead you to believe that somebody could be a traitor, could be a liar, could be a deceiver?
Hmm.
The only thing I can think of is,
What were the
fortunately, Roderick.
what was the exact wording that Micknick told us?
I wrote it down.
Okay.
Beware, be careful of the one who crawls. The crawling one cometh. Tidings of red abound.
Well, there we go. Boom. It's literally in the fucking description.
I mean, maybe.
That is a very literal translation.
Certainly, Roderick has never been associated with.
Not to my knowledge,
No.
no. We don't know anything about Wart, really, when it comes down to it.
And that is a sore telling of how the literary system has gone these days.
Well, it's mostly that we're not from the Feywild.
That is
Well,
true.
I'm not from the Feywild either.
But we've met
Are
three
from
of
the
you.
Material plane?
Yeah, I'm not. My kind isn't from the. Where have you found one of my kind, the Feywild?
Well, I mean, aside from your enemy up there.
We found Blodkin and
Bag of bones.
Bogabones.
Oh,
At a
those
crypt.
two.
At a crypt.
Yep, in a
They're ethereal. They go where Sam Hain tells them to.
That would make sense.
But-
Yes.
Topor and I, we are very much in
Alive.
the material plane with you all. The lowlands of Theridiel
Hmm.
is Topor's domain. I rule over a much nicer place.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to just leave the doll where I stuck it and lock it and just deal with that later.
You hear the doll. What are you doing?
Well.
Trusting something I've tended to ignore a great deal of my life.
Instinct?
Intuition.
Similar.
I'm gonna just casually pat Moxie on the shoulder and cast protection from evil and good on her.
I just have to ask. Is the Sibriex a devil, a demon?
It is.
What-
It is
mythical-
it is considered a demon because it is from the abyss. Yes.
Can demons lie?
Yes.
Very
Yes.
much so.
That is problematic.
accepting that we do have some information out of it that is absolutely fact currently.
Two truths and a lie. That this could be the
Yep.
game it's playing technically. Tell us a few things that we know are fact, and then throw in something we're not sure about.
Cause chaos among us.
The crawling one thing didn't come from it though.
True. No, we knew that beforehand. So.
Hmm.
But the way they said it, something that we've held
Held and has been with us
with us since
the
the
beginning
carnival.
of the carnival. So,
Which carnival it said when we were children.
Yeah, so it's
We're
talking
at-
about the Witchlight Carnival. We went to the originally, yes. For that.
so either when we were kids or when we went in the memory.
Okay, well, since we got the box that gave me my everything back, I'm going to roll a recall check to see if I can remember anything from back then. That's a 19.
Mm.
Charisma, 20.
You remember everything from the carnival now. What is it particularly that you're wanting to know?
I was just wanting to see if there was anything that stood out from that.
In what fashion? That's very broad.
Okay.
Something
Something that was there that I thought nothing of, but recurred to my notice later, often.
Something that would stand out in hindsight.
Something that I would only realize was in the same places if I were trying to link them together.
You remember a figure in red that
Red.
came up to you and told you that the big top was about to have an announcement.
Red. Red's what I'm getting. It's a figure in red. And Red
Got it.
was there in the memory laughing.
We know
What if-
Red has appeared in forms we weren't familiar with originally with her. We know she is at least a werewolf.
But then
She brought
We
us
also-
breakfast for no reason. She helped us in a fight for no reason. She picked the door and was blown across the room and was unperturbed.
unbothered. Then set on the witches like an angry wolf. And then we find a doll of her in Scabatha's room. It then turns into the maid, the untouched one.
Why would
Perhaps
they not be
I was a
touching
bit
her?
perhaps I was a bit quick with that assessment.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying
Yes, I understand. I'm saying hindsight being what it is.
do you remember anything about a face?
Uh 9.
You were too small. You just remember red, then a voice telling you about the big top, that there's going to be an announcement soon.
Masculine voice or feminine voice?
It may be a voice I recognize.
That was a nat 20 trying to remember if it was male or female.
Feminine.
All signs point to red. I remember it sounded female.
Can you try and remember what she said and how she said it so that I can see if I recognize the voice?
I'm going to think the thought as I remember it in the mental chat,
Okay.
which
Is
was
it in fact the same red that we're familiar with?
The vocal tonalities appear to match.
It's a match. From my ear, it's a match.
you are the one who's musically inclined.
Sonically inclined in general, thank you, yes.
Wibbly, wobbly, sound waves, whatever.
Wibble wobble, wibble wobble.
And we all fall down. Boom!
So,
Okay, so
what do you
Speaking
do?
of falling
we have
down,
ample
we
reason
should
to not trust
really
red.
wrap things up.
Oh yeah,
I'm
thanks,
aware. I'm about to.
I think we need to get Thrantir out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Can't
know about
teleport him out at the moment.
don't have any strong feelings about Red other than suddenly do not trust anything about her.
Mm-hmm.
The doll says, really just going to leave me here?
For now.
For the time being, till we figure this out.
Let's be honest, carrying you around would be a bit of a security risk.
After everything that we've been through together.
Well, we've
We
got
saved you
4
from the
people
dollhouse.
here to
Trust.
release. We're going to come back.
You wouldn't trust me over the words of a demon?
We didn't hear it from the demon, specifically. We heard it from another. We then asked said demon, and all our memories point to it. So until we clear your name properly,
I'm going to go out on
At
a limb
risk.
here and kind of tweak the use of my touch minds skill to I'm going to try and do this. You decide whether you're going to let me. I want to touch her mind again just to see if it feels
You never
Plainer.
once touched her.
not familiar but plainer.
Roll for it.
And that is a 14 plus, I guess, charisma, 15.
As you do, and you start to try and connect with the consciousness that is in there, Kai is thrown across and you take...
Good lord.
Wait, does this target me specifically?
Yes.
Ah! You have to roll against it. DC 16.
Yeah, that's a 32.
Okay. Well, let me figure out.
Take...
I'm getting caught up on my Sanctuary 5e.
It sounds not like little is very little.
Little,
You
not so
take
little.
45 psychic damage.
You know,
Ooh,
I was
dear.
gonna just ask her why she didn't age and see if she answered straight, but shit.
Okay, what does a ward actually do?
Keeps things out.
I'm warded by Sanctuary. I'm trying to figure out what it actually
Ward
does
just
for me.
means it's a defensive spell. If it's,
It's just
literally
basically
using
a
ward
mind
as
shield for the
its
moment.
yeah, if it's using ward specifically as the keyword, it's usually got very specific things it protects against. For example, my protection from good and evil is considered a ward on there for that, and specifies in the spell what exactly it does for
Let me see.
protection. So
What happened to Kai?
I don't know.
We could
Okay.
very well ask you that same question. He tried to reach out with his mind to yours and got schmacked.
47, you said?
Yes.
45.
45, yeah.
Ah.
What do you mean?
He reached out with his key to try to touch your consciousness, and he got thrown.
That is
But
not a
why?
normal person. That is not a normal child.
No, it is not. No, certainly is not.
No, it is not.
What are you talking about?
You're also a werewolf.
Oh,
Why-
well, that's a low blow to anyone with lycanthropy.
why don't you age
Excuse me.
at all?
Even those with lycanthropy, they
Why
age.
You do still
don't
age
you
if you're a
age?
lycanthrope, that much I know.
You didn't piggyback into our memory. You were there. You saw us. You spoke
And
to
then
us
you were
through the
laughing.
memory.
You acted like you knew what was going to happen.
It's this is silly. I helped you on so many occasions. I was there with you. We watched what happened to us as children.
Sounding mighty confident. Someone who is about to be left for dead.
And you did
Was
just say
that
yourself that you watched us. So that includes that you
silence?
were there.
Stop talking! Was that... Was that a threat? McNick?
That other voice. That's a new one.
What
My ears
about
don't
what I
hear
said
voices.
sounded threatening?
That you would leave me here for dead?
How is that a threat?
Well, the leaving for dead,
Or dead
normally
part really
implies
does.
malicious intent or having previously caused grievous bodily harm.
Would
Very
you
much
leave...
comes off as a threat.
To clarify,
Would you leave a little girl for dead?
We would not leave a little girl for dead. Not sure about whatever you are.
I
What
mean
about
to say
this?
that is what your fear appeared to.
Okay, I've had enough of this.
Do I
think we're dealing with a
appear
glamour.
fearful?
Not arguing semantics with.
I assure you, dear, I am not a demon.
Are you much worse?
What do you mean?
We'll see, won't we?
As you see the doll starts to extend a little bit as it gets larger.
Ew.
Mm,
And you did lock the cell, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
that
They're
might not help.
No,
Also, we
probably
should
not.
probably.
It's a delay.
Her doll-like hands reach onto the bars as it pulls itself up. Leon. Come here.
You can speak where you stand.
You said that you were going to see if I had a glamour on.
Yes.
Why don't you do it then?
You're so sweet.
Mm,
All right. Over the big
Morgal,
jet.
why do you think that Asmodeus would even help you?
You have no reason to know that.
Mm. Go
I'll go ahead,
on,
Jack.
Leon.
You might want to go and ready yourself and make sure that Kai's all right, Nick.
I'm hurt, but I can be fine.
With it, Leon snaps his fingers 10 feet away from the bars, of course, still, and spells magic around the aura of the creature.
As you do so, the doll starts to rip apart as you all just see an amalgam of flesh that starts dropping onto the sides of the bars, fumbling as it ding, 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 down onto the prison floor as it starts to pick itself up. And through this fleshy form, it says, "By the way, I'm not the one that you need to be worried about right now, because my real self is still castle."
Oopsie. Yeah, we're gonna
Good
be.
to know that.
Now let's go ahead and break this down for you. As a hero.
And that is where we will leave tonight's session off, everybody. I greatly appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope that you were able to get some answers that you wanted. Please tune in with us the next time that we will be together. I believe that we will be on maybe a hiatus. It depends on
We still
how
haven't really talked about that.
we.
A hiatus or
I'm
an
sorry?
alternate show.
I
It
do have to throw
depends.
one line as Kai before we fully pull away from this scene.
Mm.
I look at Moxie and say, I told you I didn't trust her.
19 points of healing, Kai.
Oh
Oh,
wow,
thank you.
that is
Also,
a deep. That's a
That's a deep
Moxie,
cut.
you take
That's a
19
deep
damage.
cut.
You gotta look back. I did tell her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
And
19
she
damage,
lectured
Moxie.
me.
Speaking
for
of
it. I
which,
had that
everyone,
crisis.
the link is right over there.
Down there somewhere.
Yes, click it. Please watch all of the episodes that we have put out previously. If you have missed anything, we have 55 adventures that we have been going through thus far. We're still going strong. The Crimson Moon Chronicles is still developing, and our characters are starting to figure out answers. Join us next time that we are all together. I thank you all so much for watching. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.